I'm not gonna sugarcoat this one. I'm I'm expecting a real tragedy. Um, but also, hi Lou, thank you for the first, and thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your potion. Yeah. Um, not gonna lie. I expect this one to hurt a lot. What's gonna be even worse is that this one's gonna start on a higher note than usual. Um, mm, and every every single story that had like a slight nice part to it um just came crashing down. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. But I am I am willing. I am willing to accept it. Uh okay. eh, suffering. Okay. It'll be fine. 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 I have to get comfortable because I'm about to be very uncomfortable for a very long time. Aww. Hang on. Friend sent me something that was really sweet. Okay. This is gonna suck. Life in the light. Uh, also, again, from the outset, I'm just gonna say it again because I think the last time I streamed this was legitimately like the most serious and harsh thing that I've ever streamed. Um, so hey, uh, content warning for sexual violence, torture, various other things. Um, it's rough, but also, damn, this chapter's really good. Hold that chair steady for me, will you? I'm going to wipe down the top shelf. I can handle it. I'm tall enough to reach without standing on a chair. It's not as simple as just running a rag over it. I've got practice, so let me take care of it, alright? There's a lot more dust than I expected. I probably should have used something to cover my mouth. You're going to want to hold your breath for this, Master. Alright, here goes. Ooh, she's quite practiced. Is there any need for me to be holding the chair? Hmm? Oh. It was that much dust? Oh. Whoa? Oh, the chair! So much for that. I'm so sorry. I didn't think there would be that much dust. Thank you for holding the... Master? You gotta be kidding me. This might be the most anime thing in the entire... in the entire game. Your hand is... What? Your hand is, it's on my chest. This is the most anime thing to have happened in the entire game so far. No, it was an accident. Right, it was. It's fine, really. It was my fault anyway. It's completely, totally fine. I can't even look her in the eyes. Could this be any more painfully awkward? So don't worry about it, Master. Honestly, I should be apologizing for subjecting you to that. That's easier said than done. I have to do something about this stifling awkwardness. For one, it was only a moment. I barely even realized what it was. But that's not even the issue. I need some clever way to brush all this aside. Something witty that tells her I'm not bothered at all. I swear to God, if you try to crack a joke in this instance, I'm not concerned. In fact, I see no reason to be concerned at all. You don't say that! Touching a woman's breast! Wet breast! Feels like an obese rat. Hi, Pennyfeather. This is the most anime thing in the entire game so far. You can't say that. Felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. I hardly even perceived it as a breast. You can't say that. Locked inside for a decade, lost all sense of anything, I suppose. Just no context or social cues, I guess. That's not going over well. An obese rat. An obese rat. That is. This really, really, really feels like rolling snake eyes. Like, I don't think I've heard a worse thing to compare a breast to. What? How utterly insensitive can you be? I'm going to rip every last hair off your head. Leave my hair out of this. She's right for fighting back on that, though. Say, Master, what did you do all this time by yourself? That's an exceedingly vague question. Say when you were really, really stupidly bored out of your mind. What did you do to keep yourself occupied? Meditate. Just how many times have you reached enlightenment? I sometimes play chess too. Nice dodge. Chess. Wait, by yourself? Yes. I imagine how an opponent might react to my moves and play the other side that way. That's kind of depressing to think about. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. Do you know the rules? You bet I do. I do come from a family of merchants, so I keep up with trends and know all sorts of games. Oh. Prepare to meet your maker. So, who was I supposed to meet again? Come on, have a little mercy. You trounced me. One more time. I just wasn't at the top of my game. A girl who's a little bit competitive is pretty cute. When am I going to meet this maker? What? How? When did you put me in checkmate? One more. Hold on, that's not fair. Take it back. My king. Please stop. Amateur. Can't you just go a little bit easy? You never asked me to go easy. This isn't a game, this is a slaughter. This is a one-sided massacre. About this maker. I'm looking right at him. That was actually kind of fun. No, it wasn't. It was miserable. Next time we're gonna play something fair. Such as? Let's see. Oh, I know. Arm wrestling. She might have a chance on this, actually. Huh? Arm wrestling? Yeah. You sit across from each other, put your elbow on the table, grab hands, and see who can pin the other down. Who would ever willingly participate in such a primitive competition? Not interested then? Or are you afraid you might lose? Alright then. I can't imagine losing to a woman. Okay. Elbow on the table. Start on my count. Ready? Go. Quick consideration. Despite the fact that Giselle might be much more used to physical labor, Michael still has to bring in that heavy box in every month, and had been doing that semi-frequently. So, his arms couldn't have atrophied, like, that much. And she did mention how heavy the box was. Hmm? Damn. Strong girl. Sorry. Just thinking. Just thinking. Michael might be a little bit more lucky than he might think. Oh, this is cute. I'm gonna be gutted if that happiness was extremely short-lived. With each passing day, it grew less and less unusual having Giselle always at my side. I began more freely engaging in silliness, speaking my mind and showing emotion. I could say her name, and Giselle would turn around and smile at me, an unimaginable sight not long ago. For 10 years I had lived alone. Solitude had been my normal, but that was very rapidly changing at her hands. We were continually getting closer, yes, but not in a romantic sense. If I had to describe it, I would say good friends was probably the most apt. Time continued to press on, our relationship remaining relatively stable. Eventually, summer came, bringing with it the longest periods of sunlight I had experienced in many years. Then the leaves began falling from the trees, and before long, the world grew cold and dreary. That winter, the fireplace was never without a crackling blaze in its belly. The boiled wine we drank was undoubtedly middling and cheap. But she said, with a smile, "I've never had wine this good before." And though I didn't say anything, I felt the same way. The sun set much earlier, and having stopped using candles, we found ourselves habitually gathering around the fireplace when it grew dark. Aww. Reading a story by a fireplace like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? But that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Or because there's ale. Drunkenness makes even bad singing and storytelling pleasant to the ears. Well, you're such a cynic. But that's okay. Say. Yes. Do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library? Please don't tell me you're bringing the obese rat incident back up. No, not that. Before that. Before we could actually talk to each other. I believe I suggested we read something together if you ever felt the inclination. You might have? I can't say I remember. Are you sure about that? You turned down my proposal, saying I was wasting my time. But look, it actually happened. Even if you don't remember, I'm sure you never thought this moment would come. I was, for the most part, focused on making sure things didn't get any worse between us. But to be honest, I didn't expect there would ever actually come a time we would sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book. You never know how things might pan out. I actually do remember. I remember how I tried to push her away, how much I mistrusted her. I was nothing but hostile towards her. People change. And perhaps, if they can, so can the future. Maybe I can hope that, like our friendship, there's a chance the future might take a turn for the better. Is something the matter? I don't much care for hypotheticals, but if, by some chance, I were, someday, to be able to return to that house, should that time come, that house is home to her nightmares. Even if it didn't happen until after my father was gone, it wouldn't ease what he had done to her there. That's really considerate. To even think about the impact of just being in that place again, even if his father isn't there. She acts like nothing's wrong, though. I don't know. Have her wounds healed, or do they still remain? Should that time come, if that day comes, I will do what I can to ensure you have a comfortable life in the city. Though I will not be able to inherit the estate, I can work something out. I see. Thank you. Very much. But if you were to be comfortable doing so, I would be pleased if you were to join me. Uh, I mean, as a servant. As a servant? Yes, a servant. We're, short on hands. You little... shy. I see. A servant. Do I really need to repeat myself? Yes, as a servant. Alright. Sure. I think I will. I would like to accompany you, Master. How exciting. I'm sure a wonderful future awaits us. I pray so. Now, back to the story. I believe we had just gotten to the point where the knight set out to defeat the monster and save the princess. I bet he was big. He was a big, buff, muscular knight. Let's not talk about how muscular he was. She let out a gentle laugh, and I thought I smelled something sweet on her breath. Was it her scent? Or perhaps just my imagination? I had no way of knowing. We sat so close, even the slightest shift seemed sufficient to allow me to hear the sound of her heartbeat, causing mine to accelerate. Curiosity flooded my mind. What might she be thinking right now? What does she think about me? And as much as I tried to banish them, I frustratingly failed. I was just getting caught up in the moment. I had just briefly lost my way. Though I tried to convince myself otherwise, it was all in vain. When had my pulse gotten so rapid? When had my skin gotten so flushed? When? How? Why was this happening to me? I thought I had already learned my lesson about having feelings for someone else. Before long, winter retreated and our second spring came to take its place. A full year had passed since we resumed living together, and I didn't think it was my imagination that this year felt much warmer than last. Spring seemed to have arrived a bit earlier than in previous years. One night, when the breeze carried on it a pleasant residual warmth, Giselle escorted me out to the garden. This is also the first time that we've cut to black and then went straight back to Michael's perspective. Come on, Master. Hurry up. It's the middle of the night. What's so important? I just found it myself. And I couldn't wait till morning. A rose. It blossomed. A rose. Giselle had, over the past year, cleaned up the nest of weeds that had been strangling the garden. Off to the side of a small plot of turned soil, swayed in the wind beneath the moonlight, was a single red rose. When did you... Last year I requested flower seeds, but I just couldn't get them to grow, and I was starting to think they never would. But look, it's only one, but it did. I had no idea. Of course you didn't. I didn't tell you. Why would you keep it from me? I wanted to make it a gift for you, Master. What? Why? Roses make wonderful gifts, supposedly. No, that's not what I meant. Why me? I haven't given you anything. Consider it a symbol of my hope that we'll still be this close another year from now. If we are, then this is yours. I don't follow her reasoning. I don't follow it at all, but... The sight of the deep red rose almost melting into the dark night was perhaps the most wondrous thing I had ever seen in my life. I had never understood why some people found flowers so enchanting. They were always just plants to me. But that one, on that night, was undeniably beautiful, majestic. And like a young child seeing a flower for the first time, my hand automatically reached out for it. Not knowing the proper way to appreciate flowers, I didn't gently caress its petals or take in its fragrance, but snapped its stem. Oh, you picked it. Are you going to bring it back to your room? When I finally processed her question, that was when I realized I probably should have left it to grow in the garden. I feel like there is symbolism in that I cannot process currently. Seeing the most beautiful rose you have ever seen in your life and not knowing how to appreciate it, you accidentally snap its stem without realizing it. There is a level of metaphor and symbolism in that I am not picking up currently. From the base of its stem, when I had plucked it, a droplet succumbed to gravity and fell to the earth. With it came the delayed realization that I had ended the plant's life. But it was overpowered by childish possessiveness. This stunning flower was mine. Moonlight trickled down from the heavens, giving a gentle bluish tint to my hands and the smile of her face. Red rose tinted blue. You're going to need to get a vase then. Give me just a minute. For the briefest moment, the moonlight must have played a trick on my mind. Master. What on earth am I doing? A look of bewilderment filled Giselle's face, just inches from mine, which hammered in the reality of what I had just done. The thought had just crossed my mind that perhaps her black hair might prove a good backdrop for the rose, but it was supposed to remain a simple fancy. What was that about? An excuse. I need a good excuse. You don't need an excuse. Uh, a drawing. A drawing? Right. I would like to preserve it on canvas. What? Um, what? I mean, that a rose on its own does not make a very compelling picture. So I'd like to include you as an accessory. You are purposely trying to fumble the bag. Wait, you want to draw me too? Merely as a background element, sir. Why are you trying so hard to self-sabotage? You're slightly more interesting than a vase. That's all. You're so tsundere. I've never seen you draw anything before. I just never got the urge. You know how? Many years ago, my brother taught me. I don't think I can handle being a model. I've never had a drawing done of me before. You would probably be better off with just the rose. You gave it to me, didn't you? That means I'm free to do with it as I please. This is sickeningly sweet. This is like... This hits my chest so specifically. I am so absolutely weak. This is, to me, this is like ideal romance, where I feel like I'm just gonna end up explaining the scene again, but like I kind of have to explain why this is hitting me the way that it is. Like, unconsciously picking the flower. Not conscious of wanting it, but still actively pursuing it. Accidentally picking it. And then just letting, again, Michael's own body take control and just put it directly into her hair. And then it's like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I actually wanted to do this other thing. You know, because it'd be kind of weird if I just did this really romantic thing out of nowhere. But then to her, she's being asked, as clumsily as Michael is trying, she's being asked to be a model, a muse for art, a side that Michael has never shown or mentioned before, and her immediate response is, I'm not worthy of it. I wouldn't make a good model. You're better off with just using a vase. And then Michael's just saying, if I wanted a vase, I would have chosen a vase. But I want you. You're more beautiful than a vase to me. Which, on its surface, is like a very low bar, but you also have to add into that that this is 10.99. So like very contemporary art would be like fruit in a bowl on a table. Like, not considering that necessarily like high art, but that's like, I'm really gonna show my ass, and if somebody even knows slightly more about art history, and shows up in the VOD comments like they're gonna be incredibly mad at me. But it's a big deal around this time for somebody to say, hey, I want you as a muse. I want to look at you in one pose for multiple hours so I can draw this one singular moment of you. Because you are that gorgeous and you are that beautiful to me that I could stare at you for hours and I will never get tired of looking at you. I did. I didn't mean to sound so rude. I had no real interest in drawing the rose, but I couldn't just take it back either. Because to me, accidental romance is so much more significant and cute and like precious to me than specifically knowing like all the right lines, making everything perfect for how it's supposed to look. Because it's more human. Perfection isn't human, but stumbling into a really sweet and intimate moment is like, it is peak romance for me. Giselle had shrunk back quite visibly, and I couldn't bring myself to look her in the eyes. So I fled to the cellar in search of supplies to escape the oppressive awkwardness. At the far wall, I found a rectangular panel of wood and several sticks of charcoal. My materials were obviously nothing compared to what a court artist might use. But I was clearly not going to be able to do the portrait any kind of justice. God, what am I doing? I want to bury my head in the sand. Giselle was waiting for me in the stained glass chamber. It seemed she was just as uncomfortable as when I had left her. She gave me a fleeting glance before averting her gaze again. Aww. If only she would laugh or make a scene like usual. It would make things so much easier. Why did she have to choose now to start acting meek? Because her heart's probably racing, you idiot. What should I be doing? Stay perfectly still, please. Do you need me to pose or anything? No, just get comfortable. Look away. Why? It's hard to work when you're watching me. What? I feel like I have to sneeze. Hold it in, please. For hours? What now? Can I see it? I've barely drawn anything yet. As long as our eyes didn't meet, I was able to observe her. And my gaze was quite clearly not focused on the rose. But Giselle. At first, I had regretted my in-the-moment proposition. But I was beginning to think it hadn't been such a bad idea. Without some sort of pretext, I would never have been able to examine her so intently. I didn't have that kind of courage. This isn't like me. But what was like me? Did I prefer being a sharp-tongued, unapproachable recluse? Was that what I wanted to strive for? Giselle was like a gale. Her mere presence dispersed the gloomy cloud that always hovered around me. Thinking about it, it's practically a miracle that we ever ended up so comfortable around each other. That she's still here right now. Light from the moon spilled through the stained glass window, taking on a multitude of pale tones before falling on her white skin and jade eyes. I had stopped sketching at some point. What in the world was going on? One of my roses had finally bloomed, which I thought would put a smile on Michael's face. But rather than improve his mood, it had made him go all strange. It had made him say he wanted to draw something. I had never seen Michael draw anything before. Ugh, I can't sit still. I tried to sneak peeks of him every once in a while, but anytime our eyes met, he gave me a stern, look away, look that way stare. So I ended up spending a whole lot of time looking at the Archangel in the stained glass window. Archangel, yeah. What could he be thinking? Could this be thanks for the rose? I'm pretty sure he's not the type who would consider who'd consider a drawing an expression of gratitude, though. If I'm wrong about that, it'll turn my whole world upside down. Maybe he wanted to draw me. No, not possible. That would turn the world upside down even faster. He couldn't. We're close, to be sure, but we're not that kind of close. That makes it sound like Michael's attracted to me. And there's no way. There's absolutely no way. He compares me to an obese rat and calls me an amateur at chess, laughing while he crushes me. So that's not what this is it? Huh? Oh, yes? If it's too much trouble, you're free to leave. This will take a very long time to complete. Oh no, no trouble. You had a very stern look on your face is all. I was doing that bad a job at hiding it? I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want. It was foolish of me to ask of you. I'm sorry. Honestly, it's no trouble. I mean it. You just took me by surprise. That's all. I'm not even that great of an artist to begin with. That's not a talent I was blessed with. If I'm being honest with myself, I can't imagine anyone would be pleased to have bad art drawn of them. Art is subjective, and you've been a recluse for 10 years. You don't get to dictate what's good or bad art. What? What's he getting so negative about? I wasn't the only one making a face. Hedgehog's Dilemma. They're like taking steps closer and closer toward one another and apologizing for getting closer, but the other one is telling them, no, it's fine. This is so cute. His head was turned slightly downward, a forlorn shimmer in his eyes. I had never seen him make that face before. He resembled a child who had just been scorned by his mother. I wasn't at all angry or displeased with him. I was just fine, honestly. I had to get that through to him. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. They're so cute. They're so cute. They're so cute. I side out cute. They're so fucking cute. I would. But the moonlight shining through the stained glass was so enchanting. I lost myself in it. I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love. My heart feels like it's going to explode, which means I am so ready for this game to pull out a knife and stab me. For an instant, time froze. By the time I realized what I had said, my mind had gotten blank, and I couldn't form a coherent thought. Uh, um, I mean, like, like family. You're like an older brother to me. They are both getting into such perfectly romantic scenarios and situations, and then both actively trying to fumble the bag. I meant love, like love for a brother. Well, if we go back to chapter 1, that love might be the same type of love that you're thinking about. Um, hey, say something, master. Give me your usual exasperated sigh. Come on now. Go on, give me your best good grief, and then hurl me out the window. Kill me. I am sorry I made this awkward. Oh, come on, please. Show me some disappointment. Ooh, keep a pin in that. I actually want to get. I want to come back to this in a sec. Master? Hmm? Uh, when the wood panel he had been using as a canvas and the charcoal in his hand crashed to the hard chapel floor, the clattering was so loud I jumped. I didn't have the presence of mind to wonder why he had knocked over the canvas, or why his hands appeared to be shaking. Uh, let me help you with that. I stepped towards him, and when I did, the moonlight shining down upon us intensified, and our gazes, of jade and ruby, intertwined. There was a visible rosiness in his ethereal pale cheeks. Um, Master. Flickers of panic darted between surface of his normal stony red eyes. They were trembling as he looked over at me. I was at a loss for words. We must have been under the moon's spell. We weren't thinking. We stood alone in a frozen world, robbed of all rational thought. Riding the moonlight's current, his hand fell against my cheek. It was much colder than I had expected, but it felt pleasant on my flesh skin. As we drew closer, I could feel the warmth emanating from his body, and I'm sure he could feel mine. The beating of my heart, too. His breathing stopped for a moment, then he gulped. He brought his head in. I closed my eyes and... Oh! Then I shoved him away with all my strength. Oh. That... Ooh. Ooh. That hurts. It is not a horror, VN. It is a tragedy. That is the important thing to remember. Um, but now is a good time to go back to that thing that I was talking about. Um, that's so cute. Um, but hey, that part of, come on, please, show me some disappointment. Um, After, like, expressing her true feelings. Ugh. This is so good. Usually it takes like about an hour or two before I get to this point, but like no, this is really good. Um, like Michael is terrified of showing affection. Whatever past relationship trauma Michael has, it is absolutely debilitating to him, and it is critically impairing his ability to express outward affection. Um, And Giselle's comment about, come on, please show me some disappointment after letting slip that she actually does really care about Michael, that she loves him. Ugh. Because that adds a layer to why she might not have been forthright about her feelings, or why she was trying to like lampshade her own feelings, because she's used to, when she's getting her hopes up, to being disappointed. So she clearly thinks, oh, I overstepped. I guess it's time for everything to come crashing down now. Because that's just what she's used to. In that brief flashback, like right when she's about to actually get something that she wanted, or like being close to somebody like that, her mind and body have that flash of a terrible memory that comes back, and just fight or flight kicks in. These are two people who very desperately want to be close to one another, but because of the way that they've been hurt in the past, it is directly getting in their way of them to be able to form that intimate relationship. Michael was shaking before everything literally fell. Um, that is not a normal response to somebody saying that they love them. Like that is trauma. That is something very, very deep that just immediately got pulled out. Like, ugh. Both of them just had a very traumatic flashback, just at two different times. Ugh. Hey, would you look at that? Ads are like right about the start. Um, that's tragic. Uh, yeah. Let me. Because hey, that also comes back to Hedgehog's dilemma. Um, two people who want to be close to one another, but the closer they get to each other, the more they hurt each other. So they actively push one another away. Ugh. This shit hurts. This is so real and it hurts. I wonder what level of doom this is. This is you are God's favorite and God hates you. Will the tragedy come from within them or their past experiences? Will be some external factor that tips the scales. I am expecting some horrific mix of all three. Also, hi, Cherry. Oh, it is non-binary day. I didn't even know. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your potion, William. Like you. I also hope you're ready for tragedy. Yay! Cause like, ugh. Uh, hi-ish. I actually don't know how to pronounce that properly. Um, oh, I don't know how to pronounce that properly, but, uh, thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your potion. My mic. Yeah. Um, I think I'm sentenced to something far worse than a bomb geist. I, this, it, it hurts. It hurts because, like, this is real. The moonlight spell. This hurts because it's real. Like, any people, this works in all relationships, not even if you're, like, specifically trying to get into a romantic one. Um, but, like, any time that two people try to become close to one another, it is kind of unavoidable how or when scars of their past might show up. And it might seem very innocuous, or like it might not seem like something significant, or like it shouldn't be such a big deal, but if it's effectively stepping on an emotional landmine, like a poltergeist. It's a scar on the soul. Trauma is a scar on the soul, and depending on how severe that trauma is, and depending on how much that weighs on the person still, if you accidentally step on that landmine, someone explodes. Either you explode or the person themselves explodes because you step on it. Like, mm. I'm like debating if I even should talk about this. I think it's been long enough, and me and them have made amends, so I can talk about it indirectly. Um, but like I had a relationship where things ended. It kind of ended abruptly, not really super abruptly, but like there was, for lack of a better term, a landmine that they had stepped on that really messed me up emotionally. It wasn't intentional, it wasn't malicious. Um, and there was no way of them knowing how bad it was going to be until they stepped on it, but it was bad. It was like my emotions like essentially did a complete 180, and I was like I it was not good. Um, not to say that what they did wasn't completely innocent, but it hurt me significantly more because it was something that was very significant to me in a very particular way that I don't think I properly explained to them prior to that or when we broke up. Um and it was really not great. It was it was rough. And like me and this person had more or less been dating for a couple months at this point. Hi, Hunter. Me and this person had more or less been dating for a couple months at this point, and like I'd say it was going well. I think looking back, it was probably one of the best relationships that I've ever had. But like that one accidental step on a landmine, like really tanked my emotions, and I was not in a position where we could have recovered the relationship after that. I did not have the tools that would allow me to be able to recover that relationship um after that landmine was stepped on. And that's really kind of just the reality of when somebody with trauma like really it happens when you just step on a landmine that's like really significant to somebody with trauma. Like you might know the vague outline and understanding of it, but you don't know how bad it's going to be until you hear the click. That's why I wonder what level of doom this tale in front of us is. Not sure we can say the reaction we just saw from this trauma. Yeah, like, because another part is because I can see how Giselle can save this or like prevent this from being taken the bad way, but like it depends on how much or how aware she is of why she's having the reaction that she's having. And it also is going to heavily depend on Michael's perspective on if he's even willing to hear that out. Because very clearly this is having an intense like traumatic response out of him too. Um they both very clearly and intently want to be with each other, but the pains of their past are getting in the way and stopping them from being able to be that close. And that's very unfortunately just a real thing that happens when people with trauma want to be close to one another. It is not like individually neither of them want to be close to one another or want to or don't want to be in a relationship. It is factors beyond their immediate control hurting them and reminding them of pain in a situation where they are not trying to feel pain. It is tainting good memories or tainting a scene or a moment that has the chance of being very pleasurable because they're used to that going bad. Again, that line that Giselle had of like, show me the disappointment. show me the disappointment. Because I'm happy right now and I know that this can't last, so just please, just disappoint me already. Mhm. Michael rolled back, knocked his head on the side of a pew, and began groaning in pain, which is when I finally realized what I had done. Congrats on the 30 stream streak, Hunter. Yeah, every time I'm streaming this game, it has been incredibly heavy. Like, I don't think that there has been a single stream of me playing this where it wasn't heavy. What? What have you done, Giselle? I'm, uh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Um, um, are you hurt? I'm fine. Sorry. I, uh, you startled me. I really, truly didn't mean to knock you down. You should go back to your room. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you tonight. What? Get some rest. Good night. He turned away, marching off into the corridor enshrouded in darkness. There was a heavy air of loneliness hanging over him, which gave rise to phantom images of him actually disappearing into the darkness. I had caused that, but I hadn't realized that it was too late. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest. Why would I ever do that to him? Of course I'm going to hurt him reacting like that. Maybe I was hoping he would say it was just one of his jokes. Do I want it to be a joke? I had that option. I could pretend nothing ever happened, and tomorrow go back to the way things were before. But if I did that, there would almost certainly never be a second chance. You were okay with it. You wanted it, Giselle. Quit lying to yourself. You're the one who said you loved him. And that was no mistake. You wouldn't sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book with someone you didn't care for. You wouldn't enjoy eating supper with someone you didn't like. You wouldn't be able to live happily with someone you didn't love. You have to go after him. Find him and tell him the truth. Another very important note. That scene was not... We did not see Michael's perspective, so we did not see specifically why he seized up. What am I doing, for God's sake? I'm not in my right mind. Something about me was off today. I couldn't control myself. I was saying things I didn't mean, doing things I didn't intend to. I had never meant to do that. But at this point, I had no choice but to admit my feelings. I couldn't pretend I didn't know what they were anymore. How long had I felt this way? A week, a month, 6 months, or maybe a full year. Had they already developed when we started new? No, the when didn't matter. It didn't change the facts. I was still attracted to her, regardless of when it had begun. Ah, but she pushed me away, quite literally. I sighed at myself. Why should I be disappointed? She was nothing like me. I was reclusive and unsociable. She was the exact opposite. She was the kind of person who would confidently tell someone how she felt. And she had done exactly that. Said I was like a brother. But I hadn't listened. As a matter of fact, could I have been any more presumptuous? I don't deserve to love anyone. It's better this way. Master! I told you to go back to your room. Master, I need you to listen to me, okay? What? About what just happened, that doesn't count. You can't count any of that. Huh? That I said I loved you, and that I shoved you. They don't count. Right. I was planning to forget that anyway. So don't worry. No, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that it's not something I should have said on a whim, just because the moonlight was kind of pretty tonight. That's the perfect time to say it, though. It wasn't supposed to be so casual. The way I said it doesn't get across at all how much I really care about you. It should have been something with more impact, rather. Me looking you straight into your eyes, my heart jumping around like it's on fire. That's how I should have said it. What are you... I'm saying, I want you to give me one more chance to do it right. Giselle. Calm yourself. I am calm. In no sense of the word are you calm. Fine, then I'm not calm. But I am clear-headed. And I mean every last word. Listen. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much, like my heart is going to explode. What? Huh? You mean, like family? Like a brother, right? Romantic love! Romantic! What? I wasn't upset back there. No, I was elated. What? My mind couldn't even keep up with what it was hearing. Half out of breath where she stood. Giselle was frantically insisting that she loved me. Was I dreaming? Master. How do you... I would like to hear how you feel about me. Assuming I interpreted it that correctly, you were going in for a kiss back there, right? Right? So, I can take that as your answer. Giselle looked at me with bleary eyes. She had feelings. For me. It was a miracle. I could hardly breathe. It felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was squeezing my heart. I just had to say yes, and a smile would spread across her face. I could bring her joy, and all it would take was a single word. I had no reason to say no. My happiness was standing right there in front of me. What more could I ask for? All I had to do was reach out and claim it for myself. I had tried to do exactly that in the chapel, and I could do it again. I, I, I loved her. I was a twisted man, cast out of the world and left with nothing. I had no way to make her happy. But still, I... Don't tell me you've forgotten what you are. Tell me. I... There was no moonlight giving me that nudge. Do not feel that way about you. Uh, that... I got confused for a moment. I apologize for the misunderstanding that seems to have caused. I think that was the witch. Because specifically, that one's not attributed to anyone specifically. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, because the don't tell me you've forgotten what you are is not attributed to anybody specifically. All the color drained from her like a flower wilting before my eyes. A heavy sigh spilling from her lips. Her jade eyes swayed lifelessly back and forth. I hadn't thought mere love could possibly have such weight, but she looked as though I had just told her she was to be executed. I see. I'm sorry. I let it get to my head. Ah, um, huh? Sorry for making such a racket. Really, God, what was I thinking? I got way ahead of myself there. Her faux energy hurt to watch. I had hurt her, and this was the result. You wanted to protect yourself, even if it meant hurting her. So, I don't know what the witch is. I don't know what the witch is. I don't know where this voice is coming from, but that is also a real thing. That is a very... Okay. I'm gonna... Pot came to a boil. at the moment the bomb was dropped. I'm ugh. This game is already like really heavy on me, and I've already shared a lot just this stream alone. Um, this hurts me a lot very specifically because I have been on both sides of this. As in, like I said, from Giselle's perspective, I had pushed somebody away who I was happy with because they had accidentally stepped on a landmine that they didn't know was there or knew that stepping on was going to ruin the relationship. And I have also protected myself multiple times if it meant hurting somebody else. Again, because of different, I'll say, ghosts of my past. Um, so I can understand both sides of this, and it hurts. It hurts. I don't have any other way of just saying that this hurts. Because even in the moment, even in moments of recognizing that I am doing something to protect myself because I am so used to disappointment at different times because I've been hurt by different people doing different things, sometimes stepping on landmines, sometimes just chewing too loudly, essentially. I have fought back and pushed back against people who, by all counts, might have overcame their own personal demons in an attempt to be with me. But my heart was way too fragile to deal with that or deal with the potential of disappointment. And the worst part about ever being in a situation where you tell somebody no because you're protecting yourself is knowing that there might have been a chance or there was a slight possibility that those bad things wouldn't happen. But you convince yourself in that moment that it is not worth taking that chance. Because if you take that chance and the bad thing still happens, it'll be even harder to justify taking that chance again. But look where that got you. You would have been better off just going with it. Because when she learned the truth, she would have pushed you away anyway. I'm sorry. I'll be going now. Sorry for barging in on you like that. She made her way into the shadows toward the door. There, you did it. You preserved your peace. I got the feeling she would never again turn back. your mistake was ever getting close to anyone. What I'd always wanted was right there in front of me, and I was so close to obtaining it. And you pushed her away. I actually did love her. She would never love the real you. No, she couldn't. You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Good night, Master. She was leaving. I wanted her here, and she was leaving. I simply had to acknowledge my feelings, and she would come back. Was I really content to let her go? In my weakness, I mistreated her. I hurt her. I let her go, and I was about to lose her, even though she said she loved me, and I felt the same way. Wait, please don't go. Your voice is shaking like a scared child's. What are you hoping to tell her like that? She was different. She was probably... No. She absolutely was nothing like anyone in my past. She won't be any different. I decided I would try just one more time. To believe in myself, and to believe in someone else. I lied. Giselle, from the bottom of my heart, You'll regret this. No, I won't. I sincerely love you. The fragrance of rose enveloped me. Her arms, wrapped around my chest, were both imbued with strength and shaking like mad, as though the slightest touch might shatter them. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? She said in a quavering, sniveling voice just inches from my ear. I lacked sufficient control over my mind or body to return her embrace, to run my hands through her hair, or to do anything more than support her weight. I'm sorry. Jerk. Bully. Brute. You don't get to play this on off as a joke. I am truly, sincerely sorry. You've given me two different stories. Tell me which one's the truth. Were you just confused, or do you actually love me? I want to hear you say it again. The truth is, I love you. Again. I love you. Without fumbling this time. I love you, as I've said several times now. Not good enough. Again. Have mercy, please. I'm about to die of humiliation. Can I really believe you this time? You're not going to say you were lying again? No, I won't. Then we both feel the same way about each other. Shockingly enough. What's there to be shocked about? I didn't think... there was anything likable about me. You really have to do something about that pessimism. I'll try. I'm in heaven. I'm so happy I could cry. You are. All over me. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. When you first said no, everything went black. I wasn't sure what I would do anymore. I had lost all hope. I really do feel bad about that. But you had a change of heart. Now you're willing to have me. Yes. And everything I bring with me. That was the idea. Absolutely everything. Right? You're pushing that point rather hard. I have a request. It's something I don't think I could ask you. I could ask you at any time but now. While we're in the moment. I will do anything so long as it's within my ability. Hi Julie, thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your potion. Well, you might get. Tell me, what is it? Will you look at my naked body? What? Oh. Oh. More specifically, my scars. You are going to have to see them eventually. In which case, I would like that to be now. Rest well, Julie. A year ago, I had refused to look at her scars. I had been certain I wouldn't be able to accept what they represented. The abuse my father had subjected her to. If possible, I would have preferred never having to face that. But I, more than anyone, needed to know. It was my responsibility. I had to accept reality, not grimace or avert my eyes. I had to face up to what had been done to her. Okay. I couldn't bring myself to look at her as she hastily disrobed. The sound of her clothes rustling made me feel as though I was doing something incredibly improper. As much as I tried to feign calm, I was so tense my joints were practically creaking and my heart felt like it was being stepped on. I feel like I'm made of stone. I'm ready. You can turn around. All right. I'll count to 10. She's laughing at me. I feel a whole lot better seeing you so nervous. I'm turning around. I don't know if it'll actually show it, but just in case, content warning for sexual violence. Okay. Her head was tilted down just enough to keep me from making out her expression. but she couldn't hide the pink flush spreading across her cheeks. It contrasted well against her white, but not excessively pale, skin, as did her jet black hair. Sorry, it's not anything nicer to look at. In what way was this not a pleasant sight? I had never been more entranced by anything in my entire life. She was stunning. I had no measure of comparison, but I was certain the same sight of any other woman in the world would not have had the same effect on me. I could say as much with confidence, despite having never been seeing another woman nude. There's... The phrasing on that feels specific. I could say as much with confidence despite having never seen another woman nude. The phrasing on that feels very specific. I'm putting a pin in that. Hypnotized, I couldn't take my eyes off the gentle curves of her body. Were I more socially inclined, perhaps I could have told her she was pretty, which perhaps would have brought a sheepish smile to her face. And though I wanted to, my throat was dry as dust, and I could manage to produce and all I could produce were mere incoherent rasps. Please. Please say something. She's really gorgeous. Like, she is nude, but it's not like sexual. In the context of this, like, being her showing her physical, genuine scars from what Michael's father did to her. Like, this is a very powerful metaphorical scene, and the art represents that very tastefully. I'm hideous, aren't I? I'm unclean. You're not hideous. You mean it? I mean it. This is another... I think I brought it up last time, but like this is like another trauma thing where it makes you hate yourself. Like, in a situation where you are repeatedly traumatized or the subject of, for lack of a better term, torture, which she literally is, like, at a certain point you start to internalize it. You start thinking, like, I deserve this. I must have done something to make me deserve this. I have to be bad. I have to be ugly. I have to be unworthy. but she's not. She's genuinely gorgeous. Why would you think so? Because You are not unclean. Not in the slightest. You mean it? I do. Even seeing this. Giselle's eyes slid downward, a trace of fear lurking just beneath the surface. Following her lead, I dropped my gaze to her lower body. And there, I saw her scars. Oof. Swollen, red and black gashes, still not healed after more than a year, defiled her white flesh. As she had described for me, the lines were arranged to form letters carved into her skin. Ah, so that's why she said I would have to see them eventually. My instincts told me that these were wounds she would carry for the rest of her life. I felt nauseous, heartbroken, infuriated at the fact that the person who had done this was out of my reach, and the fact that I could do nothing for her. What went through my father's mind when he looked at these? What did he gain from giving her these wounds? Why did he have to do this to her? Why my father, of all people? Giselle was the one with the scars. Giselle was the one in pain. But I felt like someone had shoved a handful of needles into my chest. We call that empathy. Dozens of thick metal stakes piercing the walls of my heart, blood streaming through me like a river. If I didn't force myself to face it, I was liable to run. What was the right thing to say? What was I supposed to tell her? As hard as I thought, I couldn't come up with an answer. All I came up with was an intense frustration. It killed me that I couldn't take these scars from her. That I couldn't give my father a piece of my mind. You are in no way hideous, no matter what marks are left on your body. It took all I had to form that single sentence. Thank goodness. I'm so glad to hear that. When I was down in that village, they said it didn't matter what they did to me because I was already dirty. That made me think I had reached a point where I was so tainted. Anyone can see it. I am sorry. Why should you apologize? You are frowning really intensely. I thought I might have made you mad. This is a great scene. This is genuinely phenomenal, both on a symbolic, metaphorical, and literary level too, building up off of everything that we've seen her go through in this chapter. Like, this chapter is incredible. It is. Like, The scars are literal manifestations of her trauma. Them being from Michael's father gives Michael a personal stake and tie to that pain on top of his own feelings towards Giselle. And it is also a great foil to symbolize the way that Michael is scared of hurting her, thinking, my father did this, so what's stopping me from hurting her in a similar way? And they both see themselves as like hideous, ugly monsters, which is why they actively push other people like away or expecting disappointment from the other person. Like, this is why she couldn't expose herself. Literally, no pretense, nothing hiding what is just her. She is bearing her all for Michael to see after professing her love to him, including her physical and emotional scars. Like, this is phenomenal. And even now, she is still concerned that doing this is making him mad. Like, that's how bad trauma is. Like, you can't, it's not rational. It doesn't make sense. Even through everything that they've been through, even everything after admitting that they love each other, and in the middle of feeling comfortable enough to show off her scars to Michael, she is still concerned that she is doing something wrong, that she is still ugly, and that Michael will still reject her. No, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my father, the villagers, and myself. May I touch them? You may. My hands were trembling, but I knew I wouldn't be doing her any favors by hesitating. As soon as my fingertips brushed her skin, she shuddered. Does it hurt? No. There hasn't been pain in some time. I could feel her trembling when I touched her. It didn't feel like I was going to subside anytime soon. Soon, she began whimpering softly. Her lips moved as though she was trying to say something, but the best she managed was a few strained gasps. Tears had begun welling up in her eyes as well. To bring back my metaphor from earlier, Michael is literally touching her landmines. Like, very gently, very softly, touching the very things that if somebody else stepped on would cause her to explode. There is no physical pain, there is only emotional pain. But she's allowing somebody else to touch them. I feel like I'm in heaven right now, but I also kind of hate myself. Hate yourself. But why? Because I can't stop shaking. I'm overjoyed to feel your touch, but I can't control my body. I know you're nothing like that, but I keep seeing flashes, and you doing other things in my mind, of you doing other things in my mind. It kills me that my body won't react the way I feel in my heart. That is also a fairly common thing for people who survive sexual trauma. I was foolish to have ever thought these wounds might have healed. Just as scars remained on her body, so too did they remain in her heart. Unlike the physical wounds, though, the ones inside her seemed to still be raw and bleeding. She did just that. She just did such a good job of acting normal that I had begun to think she might have gotten past them. Of course not, you blind fool. You shoved me back there because it brought back those memories. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry. Why are you apologizing? Ads should be starting in a sec. This is impeccable. This is genuinely impeccable. Everything that I was saying like beforehand, it's like, hey, this is probably what they're going for. Nailed it. And it's also explaining it very briefly and succinctly, like not beating you over the head with it. It's just saying it curtly, this is what it is. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just sheltered and I don't read enough or haven't experienced enough great work, but no, I'm pretty sure this is some of the best writing I've ever seen in this space. Yeah! Like, no, this is one of the best things I've ever read. This chapter alone is one of the best things I've ever read. Like, oh, hi, Betta. I don't know if everybody's in the middle of a... Hi, Opalu. Opalu, hey, buddy. Hey, one, love to see you here. Two, this is, this is a, I'll give a proper rundown after the ad break is over, which should be in about a minute. But hey, how you doing? It's not bad. This is... How do I describe this? Hey, so... Is this one of the sad scenes? Technically, no. But it'll be very jarring when I get back to the gaming scene. So remember that time you streamed, mouthwashing? Yeah. It is one of those. Really good, though. Here, hang on. Ads are over. But, let me very briefly catch everybody up to speed, before I jump back to this scene. But first, hi, hello. I am Bonnie Choviti. I'm an alchemist variety streamer. I know you can't see me right now. Let me temporarily solve that. Haven't used this screen in a bit. I am an Alchemist variety VTuber. I typically stream Deadlock on Mondays. This Monday was something else. Today I am playing the House of Fata Morgana, the house in Fata Morgana. I stream a variety of different things. I am also a Limbus Company. I also like Limbus Company. So if you've read the Limbus Company content warning, that might kind of put you in a right mindset for this. But yeah, this game has very heavy topics, including sexual violence, torture, various other things that seem to just kind of come up when they come up. And currently, we're in the middle of a very big chapter where a character is opening up very emotionally, and kind of very literally allowing another character to see and touch her scars. So it might be a little bit, it is intimate, not sexual, but it is very emotionally intimate, to say the least. I've been talking a lot about various relationships because of this, because the two people are very traumatized, and that is coming through very directly and painfully. But yeah, I've been really liking this game. So yeah, I hope you had a nice stream. But this is gonna be, yeah, I'm just kind of making sure that you have that warning before I jump back to the gaming scene and a naked woman is on your screen. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Just very, this is very funny timing. So I'm seeing a stark difference from Zimmer Deluxe? Probably. Evidently, I asked Beta to raid you at the best time. I've been having a good time with this chapter. This chapter has been great. This chapter has genuinely been some of the best thing I've ever read. Full on. Yes, even better than Limbus Company. It's okay, because Beta watches the TTRPG I'm in, which is also very intimate and weird scenes. I want to ask to compare it to another scene, or like 3 other scenes in this game, but I want people to also play this game, so I'm not gonna say which ones those were, but so far there have been 2 torture scenes that have... one made me almost genuinely vomit. One felt like a torture scene. And this has just all been really great. It's been painful. That's different. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the only games that's gotten me to, like, physically gag badly, but that was like a really bad torture scene. But yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure that, like, hey, the constant warning's there for a reason. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Should I stream this game? It's long. It's long. I'm at like 34 hours of just reading, and I know I'm only, I think I'm like halfway through maybe, but alright. Just wanted to make sure that people have the warning. Okay. Naked woman in 3, 2, 1. It's probably the weirdest content I think I've done yet. Why are you apologizing? I see. I should be the one. Do you have any desire to place a curse on him? What? Do you want to curse Antonin? If you so desire, I might be able to make it happen. It's a funny story, I actually saw this on my raid list before the recommendation. Nice. That must mean I'm evidently doing something right, aside from having a naked woman on my screen. We go way, way back. I'm gonna have, unironically, genuinely, yes. I'm gonna have to DM you after I'm done with this stream. Just because it would be, there are certain things. Cast a curse on him. Perhaps even a fatal one. I ignore the fact that he's my father. I don't consider that man family anymore. I want you to be honest with me. If, hypothetically, such a thing were possible, would you want to curse him? No. I would not want that. Why not? You have every right to take revenge. For what that man did, he deserves punishment. He inflicted so much pain on you. You're still shaking more than a year later. And you can just let him get away with it out of the goodness of your heart? Hypothetically, if you wanted to curse him, I wouldn't do it even hypothetically. And not out of the goodness of my heart. I'm just a coward. A coward. If curses were real, and he were to die by one, then I would never, ever be able to forget. If my resentment for him took his life, that would mean he'd damaged me so permanently I was never able to get past it. I don't want that. I want to be able to forget. I'm still shaking now, but one day, I want to be able to proclaim, proudly, that it no longer has any control over me. That is also another very kind of real thing about sexual assault victims. Just from the scene alone, this stuff feels like something I'd be really into. Like, holy shit. It's really good. Genuinely some of the best writing I've ever seen. Like, that is a very real thing for sexual assault victims. Also, hi, yes, this chapter we've been talking about sexual assault a lot because it's a very big topic in this game. Not even bringing in a lot of stuff when it comes to the police and them taking cases like it seriously and depending on who's ever in power because of whatever reasons. Point being, there's a reason why some people don't necessarily want to either bring that to the police or necessarily quote unquote make a big deal about it, because in certain cases a lot of victims end up being defined as being a victim. They lose that opportunity at not allowing that thing, that horrible thing that happened to them, to define them. So like, even if Michael's dad died, if she was the one to do it, if she was to ask for it to happen, that specter would still linger over her. Like, it would become more intimately tied to her, more than the physical scars, like, on her body that she isn't gonna heal from. But if she has the chance to forget that pain, just leave that man in the past, then that is a way for her to also obtain autonomy. To refuse to allow her worst moment to define her. but I appreciate the sentiment. Setting aside your choice of method, you asked out of concern, and that's more than enough for me. A soft smile spreads across her lips, but all it inspired in me was powerlessness. She was putting on an act. Was the sentiment really more than enough? Of course not. Not when she was still trembling so much. But what was I to do? What was I, unable to leave this house and helpless against the will of the Bollingers, to do? I was incapable of assuaging her pain, wasn't I? I couldn't do anything. Could I? Before I throw in the towel, I need to take some real time to think. Every track in this game has also been phenomenal. All of the music has been nothing but, again, some of the best I've ever heard. To stop running from the problem. To figure out a real way to give her what she wants. That doesn't involve curses and angry words. There has to be something only I can do. Giselle. I took the hand that had been tracing her scars and slid it around her waist. Even now, her trembling showed no signs of abating. I will never. The one thing I could do. Hurt you again. Was to wrap her trembling body in my arms. I want you here with me. All I ask of you now is to be at my side. You can be scarred, and you can quiver, but please, don't apologize for it. Please don't feel bad about it. I promise not to turn my head away from your pain. So I ask of you, try not to keep it buried. I have no power or influence. I don't know all the right things to say. I am a man with nothing to his name. But the one thing I do have is a heartfelt desire to do whatever I can for you. As soon as I tightened my grip around her waist, she lurched forward, throwing her arms around me. It's really good. It's really, really, really good. Muffled whimpers resonated against my shoulder where she had buried her head. Eventually, they grew into unfeathered sobs. And my bedchamber was enveloped in the sound of weeping. She cried like a little child. The usually strong-willed, cheerful, optimistic Giselle wailed from the depths of her soul. This past year, she had constantly been nudging me forward. It was always her leading the way. There had, undoubtedly, been moments where she had wanted to cry like this, but couldn't. So starting now, I was going to try and support her too. I was sure I would mess something up, as I had little experience being caring. I would probably anger her, probably stress her out, and probably make her cry. But I had found my resolve. I had overcome my hesitation. I was sure I could do it. That I could create a place where she could find peace. I could surely. Giselle then stopped crying until the sun had begun peeking over the horizon. I had, as I said, not looked away, simply holding her in silence. She had a decidedly not childlike frame, but she seemed incredibly small in my arms. We felt each other's warmth through my clothes. Between sniffles, Giselle said softly, "One day, I'm certain, I'll be able to, without any hesitation, be properly joined with you, and it will be wonderful. Right now, I still can't control the shaking, but eventually, I want to be able to put my hands on you too." The affection infused in each and every word was palpable. Sometime later, she drifted off to sleep, exhausted. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that at least tonight she would have pleasant dreams. That might be the best scene in a game so far, which is a tall order. That shit made me tear up, and I know nothing about this game so far. Don't worry. Don't worry. The entire first half of the game has a whole bunch of moments that are also great for making you cry. Morning. No. Afternoon. Yeah, just imagine this for 30 hours. It's been so good, and I know there's still more. Master! Good morning. Good morning? Oh, come on. Put a little more oomph into it. Same Giselle as always. I must say, last night was something, Master. I didn't know you had that in you. Just thinking about it. Ow! Hey, that hurt. What was that for? I was struck with an insatiable urge to whack you. Whatever happened to your heartfelt desire to do whatever you can for me? I don't think hitting me counts. You're tough enough to get over a little bonk. You were being so nice yesterday. Where did that go? So, would you like to explain why you're making dirty jokes first thing in the morning? Also, again, going back to that thing I had said last time too, like, that was an incredibly, insanely vulnerable moment for her. And then she's joking about it the next morning. Like, it is partly a coping mechanism, but it is so indicative of the type of person that she is and her comfortability with Michael by now. Like, she's downplaying the most intimate thing she has likely ever experienced. Yeah, just... I was trying to lighten the mood to hide my embarrassment. Fair enough. Alright, but could you not joke about that in the future? I didn't actually do anything to you. No, you didn't. Sorry. Say, could I ask you something? Yes. You hardly ever use my name. Makes us feel so distant. Could you do something about that, maybe? Come on. What? What? Do not call her babe. Do not. Do not call her babe after last night. No, 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 no. That is not you at all. Just go with my name, please. We've graduated from master-servant relationship to a romantic relationship, but that is a bit much. Oh, misread that. We've graduated from a master-servant relationship to a romantic relationship, but that is a bit much. Romantic relationship. Exactly. So, in honor of the new us, let's make this last. Alright? Michael? Alright. That's why... At the time, the light that had entered our lives seemed unreal and fantastical. But I prayed that it would, indeed, last. In hope of an equally bright future, I allowed myself to rejoice in the moment, letting the unconquered shadows that lurk in my peripheral remain unseen. I don't like that foreshadowing! Blackness consumed a once colorful space. Giselle still stands before me, as she did within the door, but I struggle to reconcile the two scenes. They are both real. They are both her. The lively, spunky girl of the past and the lifeless girl of the present are both Giselle. As different as they seem, they are both her. Why don't we stop there? Why? It was a wonderful story. They overcame their troubles and lived happily ever after. Ah. This is the tragedy. Is that not good enough? It could not be worse than where we are now. All we have to do, then, is erase the now. Throw everything away and start over from where it was better. You were able to bear them because they weren't your tragedies. She doesn't want to revisit how the story ends. And that goes for more than just me. I am also avoiding how the story ends. Actually, as a matter of fact, those words apply even better to her than me. The ending is already set in stone. It's already happened. What point is there in watching it again? All that accomplishes is making me relive it all. The ending has not been written. We are both here now, which means our end still lies ahead of us. Then, can I ask you to promise not to let go of my hand, no matter what? No matter what happens, you mustn't let go of my hand. Now I understand. That was a request, even if she didn't perceive it as such. In place of a verbal response, I squeezed her hand in mine. I know where this tale is heading. Toward tragedy. All the other doors we visited ended in tragedy, and ours is no exception. Or perhaps what's waiting at the end of this one is even more dire than I imagine. The door to our past swings open once more, behind which lies the end of me and the beginning of her. Okay, it's gonna hurt. The best part about a tragedy is that after a certain number of them, you know that there will be a highest high, but because it's a tragedy, it has to drag you down to the lowest of low. And then the rest of the game has not ever brought me this high before, which means this one's really going to hurt. A month had passed since the night with the rose. Right on schedule, the monthly delivery arrived, but in it was a letter that would dramatically change our lives. My father, Antonin, had fallen ill and died. I presumed it was the witch's doing, but she was silent, refusing to respond to my questions. If it wasn't her, then he must have died naturally. It seemed more than a little tasteless to celebrate someone's death, but good taste and reality do not always agree. Don't be a piece of shit in life, and then maybe people won't celebrate you dying. Purely speaking about the game. Purely speaking about the game. That is all. It's only about Antonin. I was extremely relieved to hear the news. The man had raped Giselle. He had tried to have me killed. And now he was gone from this world. So, again, I want to bring this up as a sword that's been really hanging over the story. The thing the witch said about she'll find out what you really are. The fact that Michael's father tried to have him killed. The fact that Michael's mother brought up that there was a missing daughter. But then there's also a woman that Michael said that he wanted to love. So there's still a bunch of holes in Michael's story. But we basically have everything for Giselle figured out. Like, we got the entire backstory. But we have not actually figured out specifically everything with Michael just yet. I had been waiting for this moment for years. His passing had another effect as well. My death could be revoked. Many years ago, my brother had told me that when he succeeded our father, he would welcome me back to the Bollinger estate, and I could be part of the family once more. Which meant this letter signaled the end of my banishment. Not sure how to feel about it. Yeah. Rejoicing doesn't seem really appropriate. But this means you can return home now, right? How is that gonna work? Because all of the stories have taken place in the mansion. All of the deaths and tragedies have been taking place in this mansion. I don't like this. In theory, my brother is set to take control of the estate, so he should be more accommodating. I'm going to write a letter. Have them send us a carriage. Have them send us a carriage. It is much too long a distance to walk. All right. I'm excited. What should we do first when we get back to the capital? Oh, I know. How about you stop by my place? My mom and sister won't believe their eyes. There's still that painting. My time in this mansion was almost at its end. The future I had only vaguely envisioned was now within my reach. I had always spoke of this moment predicted with eventually, like it was some kind of unobtainable fantasy. But now that it was practically a reality, I realized I hadn't actually given it much thought. The tale also ends up within the tower. Because that's where the holes in the door are. Hey, are you still awake? I am. Not a great night for sleeping, huh? Are you thinking about your family? They're sleeping in the same bed together. Aww. It all seems so surreal. Yeah, it does. This house is like a desert island, cut off from the world, which makes everything feel like a kind of fairy tale sometimes. It's also still not a clear answer on exactly what is this mansion or why it keeps moving. Even what we have, from time to time, I get the feeling that nothing is real. That the outside world is just a figment of my imagination. That my entire life only ever existed within these walls. Are you nervous? Maybe I am. I always thought that when this day arrived, it would be more cathartic. I'm sorry. I'm finally able to take you back to the capital, and I can't seem to get past my own negativity. It's only natural to be nervous. I am too. I haven't spent nearly as long as you living in this mansion, but I know how you feel, because I feel the same way. Not knowing what the future holds, it's scary. You know, I was thinking, I would be okay with staying. I mean, I would love to return to the capital, and I miss my family dearly. But even if I were never to get to see them again, in no way would I consider myself unhappy. I honestly think I've got a pretty wonderful life. If you're not comfortable going back to that house, and you're just saying you'll endure it for me, Giselle, there are other paths we can take. You could live with your family, or you could remain here in the mansion. Not at all, no. I want to. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michael. It's true. I am nervous, not knowing what the future holds. But not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future. Don't worry, Michael. The future's nothing to be afraid of. You make it sound like I'm paralyzed with fear. But you are, aren't you? Hey now, don't give me that look. Once again, she is the one pushing me forward. I will make sure you have a good, happy life. Thank you. What? Nothing. Nothing. I'm feeling kind of sentimental, thinking about how we've only got a little time left here. It wasn't perfect, but it was an important part of my life. Indeed. Say. Yes? I, uh, well, I hear ominous bells. I think I could handle it right now. Probably. It. Oh, use your head, you little... I don't follow. How can you be so dense? I mean, you know, touching and so forth. You know, take the next step. Flying directly over Michael's head. I'm saying I'm feeling up for that right now. It's not proper for a woman to bring up that subject, is it? But I did kind of ask you to wait. And I feel bad leading you on for so long. Yeah. I'm sorry. Also, this is from Michael's perspective. The blue leaves on the right. So that means that this is Michael's perspective. You're shaking. I'm just really emotional, that's all. You don't need to force yourself if you're not ready. I can wait as long as you need. I don't think we're in France. Haven't actually gotten like any solid reading on where this is. Besides, never mind. It's fine. There's no need to rush things. You don't need to worry. Yeah. I wrote 2 letters. One to my brother, and one to my mother. One so Giselle could return, and one so I could be myself. To demonstrate who I was. I had to prove that I was not cursed. For failing to do that would not only bring her grief, it might become the final crack in the identity I had built up for myself. I had to convince her that I was neither demon nor angel, but a human man who had fallen in love with a human woman. However, I was too foolish to realize that the future I envisioned was nothing but a fantasy. Had I been able to grasp that, then maybe I could have taken her somewhere far away, where no one knew who we were, where things might have turned out differently. this is her perspective. It's been really foggy out lately. I'd rather if we left when it was clear. It would be terrible if the coachman rolled the carriage because he couldn't see where we were going. If there wasn't so much fog, I would probably have been able to see little columns of orange-heaving sunlight fighting their way through the trees. But the milky white mist seemed to swallow up all the light, leaving nothing for the surrounding area. It was rather dreary weather. Foreshadowing is an nerve device. I wonder when they'll be here. Although, if they never do show up, that's okay too. I was finally able to return to the capital with Michael, to see my family again. And that was wonderful. It was like a dream come true. But it wouldn't disappoint me if that didn't end up happening. I didn't care where I ended up, as long as Michael was there with me. That's all that matters. I should probably close the windows. The coach isn't likely to show up at night, I don't think. I reached my hands out to shut the window, which is when I saw something wavering beyond the heavy mist. Light. And it wasn't just the one. Looking closer revealed several more flickering spots. They moved up and down, slowly but rhythmically. As more and more came into view, my mind began seeing them as people carrying torches. They're coming this way. Could they be our escorts back to the capital? Though... What? As soon as the thought, there sure are a lot, popped into my head, something whizzed past my cheek. What? What was... Huh? Why? What? It was an arrow. Giselle. What? The arrow had flown through the window and pierced the opposite wall. Had Michael not knocked me out of the way. Giselle, are you okay? I'm fine. But what's going on? Never mind that. Right now we need to run. Wait, Michael. Now, there's no time to talk. Stay out of sight of the windows. Got it. He grabbed my hand and broke into a run. A relentless storm of arrows showered through the windows we had worked so hard to get open a year ago. This wasn't what we had gone through all that effort for. Once I opened the front door, run. We have to get as far from this house as quickly as we can. What was happening? Why did we have to run? Why were those people firing arrows at us? With the wave of questions came a wave of fear. I couldn't say anything. The sheer terror had frozen my jaw in place. Get ready. I nodded, squeezing his hand tight. I knew it would just be another obstacle to his safe escape, but I didn't want to let go of his hand. I was afraid that if I did, I would never be able to hold it again. Are you alright? I'm fine. How... There are people out front too? The house is surrounded. Damn it. Why? Several arrows were sticking out of the floor before us. Beyond the door, which Michael had managed to shut almost immediately, rang a cacophony of whoosh, thump, whoosh, thump. We can't escape. Why? What's going on? Damn it. With a deep scowl, Michael barred the door, and all the while the arrows kept flying. The panic in the air kept growing thicker. I don't understand. How did they... Only a handful of people even know about this place. Oh. This is... all my fault. It's because I told the villagers about this place. They think a demon lives here, not a human. So they're here to tear down the house. They made weapons, bows, just for this. I don't. There was a deep rumble, and the ground below us shook. I almost fell to the floor. They're trying to break down a door, it seems. Michael, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Because of what I did. No. What? It's not your fault. It's mine. Michael. I challenged her. And because I did, she made my curse real. What are you talking about, Michael? This way. Run. What do you mean? Michael dragged me through the mansion's corridors until we reached a chamber with the stained glass window. At the far end of the room sat a small door. Where does it lead? I had been aware of this door's presence, but had never gone inside it. Something about it seemed somewhat different than the rest of the house. I wasn't sure how to describe it exactly, but it felt like shadows had taken root there. The observation tower. A tower? But if we go up there, we're putting ourselves in a corner. It doesn't matter where we go. They have us trapped. But there's a chance that up here... He didn't finish that thought, however. He opened the door leading me into the tower. His face deathly pale. We started running around and around the spiral staircase, making our way toward the top. In regular intervals along the wall were rectangular windows. A layer of fog still lay thick across the land. Peering out into it made me feel like we had been thrown into a dream world. If it weren't for the mere orange spots of torchlight surrounding the mansion, the silhouettes holding the torches. Is that armor? Appear to be knights. Michael, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse. It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Michael's gaze was firmly directed forward as he frantically led me up the stairs. We were breathing hard, and the sound of it echoed against the tower's stone walls. Our panicked hearts were beating so hard, I was afraid they might be able to hear it outside. Eventually, we made it to the top. A pile of discarded rope lay unceremoniously at the foot of the door, presumably once used to seal it shut. Huh? The door itself was deeply weathered and rotting in place. It had obviously been left sitting in disrepair even longer than Michael had lived here. What is this? Inside. Frigid air nipped at my skin, and it wasn't a pleasant, refreshing kind of cool, but a bitter, oppressive cold. This room felt unlike any other in the mansion. This is an observation tower. You can't even... There once would have been windows allowing you to see in all directions around the mansion, but all that remains now is that tiny opening near the ceiling. If we hide out here, then there's a chance they might not find us. It sounds like they broke down the door. Don't worry, they won't find us. And when they give up their search, then we can get out of here. I'm sure we'll all turn out all right. Michael's words was quivering. Michael's voice was quivering, as was his hand in mine. Michael. We huddled together, feeling each other's warmth in our arms. My free hand clenched his shirt for dear life. I'm sorry. What? I'm to blame for this. It's my fault you're in this mess. The pain you had to experience, you're being sent to this place, and what's happening now can all be traced back to my being born. I'm so sorry. Why was he apologizing? Why did he insist this was his fault? Why wouldn't he tell me what his curse was? Why were people trying to kill us? Right. Those people were trying to kill us. Putting it into words like that made the fear that much more real. The arrows they fired weren't threats. They meant to kill us. Michael. But with Michael trembling in my arms, I couldn't bring myself to ask those questions. What meaning would those answers even have with death lurking so close behind us? All I could do was pray. Pray that he was right, that they wouldn't find us and we would be able to escape. However, over here, there's a door and stairs leading up. My hopes were shattered by the sound of voices from below. I could hear a faint clanking of armor. Our grips on each other tightened, and our trembling intensified. Fear swelled within the tower, making us its slaves. Giselle. We were both terrified, and who wouldn't be? Fairy tale heroes could be magically encouraged in the face of overwhelming danger, but they weren't real. The fear of my impending death, drawing nearer and nearer with each passing moment, almost drove me to madness. I couldn't think clearly. My heart was having trouble keeping up. My head was a big white mess. We were supposed to return to the capital, start a new life, finally obtain our happiness. It was right there at our fingertips. Enough happiness to make up for Michael's 10 years of isolation, and enough to erase that nightmare from my memory forever. What had we done to have that taken away from us? We just loved each other and wanted a quiet life together. Nothing outrageous. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. But what scared me the most was being separated from Michael. Hey, Michael. What are those people really doing here? If what they're after is money or valuables, we can offer them everything in the mansion. We don't need any of it. If they don't want us to return to the capital, we can tell them we'll stay here. They might be willing to talk it over. I don't care if I lose everything else. As long as I have you, I can survive anywhere. All that mattered was that we had our lives. so long as the two of us still breathe. But death. Death to the unholy one. Death to the heretic. Death to the witch. Despair hung over us like the fog outside. There were no heroics, no heretics, no witches, no unholy ones here. But they would probably never listen to us. The moment we stepped outside of this room, we would be dead, no matter what we said. Michael, I'm all right. It's okay, Michael. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please, hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Ah, finally you speak. Michael. He wasn't looking at me, though. That's right about to start. So this is clearly the witch's doing. This is 1000% the witch's doing, but specifically what is going on, I have no idea. Morgana, that name still has weight, but like the last time it came up, that was Giselle claiming to be the witch. But then we proved her wrong. We told her you're not the witch. So who is? What is this curse? What is happening? We have spent so much time and yet know so little about Michael. Because even this scene is from Giselle's perspective. We're not hearing a conversation with the witch. The most we heard about the conversation with the witch was when she was telling Michael not to trust Giselle. Because she'll find out who you are. We can't let that happen. You have to protect yourself. You'll regret this. So, like, what is happening? What's happening? Why? Why is it happening now? What did Michael do? What does Michael know that caused this to happen? The letter between the letter to his brother and the letter to his mother, he also said that he challenged her. So I don't know if that implies that he challenged his mother. I thought that was the implication, a challenge of the mother, not to the witch. But he wasn't looking at me though. His unfocused eyes were directed upward, not toward any particular point, but wandering aimlessly. His purplish lips appeared to move as though he was speaking, but no sound came out. Hey, Michael, are you alright? Come back to me, Michael. I grabbed him by the shoulders and shook, but he didn't even seem to notice. No matter how many times I called to him, he didn't look down from the emptiness above. Michael! Giselle. Finally, after too long, his gaze slid down to meet mine. He looked defeated, exhausted, and cornered all at once. I was scared too, but his fear seemed to have consumed him entirely. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michael. You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michael. I should have noticed. Noticed his arms were tensing up. Noticed. And stopped him. So please, allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. Michael. What are you doing? Get back in here, Michael. What? Why? The door. I can't open it. I shoved on the door, trying to go after him, but it wouldn't budge even the slightest bit. It was as though there had never been a door there at all, merely a wall disguised as one. It wasn't someone holding it shut from the other side either. I pushed and I pulled with all my might, but I couldn't even manage to eke out the tiniest crack. Michael, what did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here. I don't want to lose you either. Say something, Michael. You're out there, aren't you? Please don't do anything rash. They're going to kill you if you're out there. Giselle, the witch told me. What? That she would ensure your safety. Michael, she isn't real. There's no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michael, please listen. You're a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You are not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So survive. Live a good life. Fulfilling life. Move past this. Live your life. And always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Get back in here, Michael. Open the door. My choice is to live on without you. I'd rather... Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and a wonderful family. Why? Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light to my world. Don't say that. But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. That we can find each other once more in another world. Michael! Michael. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. Come on, Michael, open the door. You are sentenced to death. Your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here? Open the door, Michael. Please. Listen to me. You can hear me out there, can't you? You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michael Bollinger, or a demon child, naturally. Or a witch, perhaps. Please, open the door. Why won't you open it? He isn't unholy or impure. He's a perfectly normal human, and a very sweet man. Yes, I'm the witch. The witch isn't here. I'm the one you want to execute. Kill me. Execute me. Now I see, Giselle. This world. Kill him. We don't even know if her family is okay. We don't. This is Michael's perspective. So many blades pierced my flesh. A sword in my chest, a lance in my arms and shoulders, arrow in both of my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. There was an unpleasant hiss sound in the tower. Almost like a heavy rain. It was the sound of my blood spilling onto the stone. Red. It was red. Just like anyone else's blood. It didn't flow into unnatural patterns. It didn't turn into black demonic shadows. It didn't cause anyone who touched it harm. It was just ordinary red blood. Regardless, this body was probably still cursed. It had to be. I couldn't hear Giselle's voice anymore. I hoped she was safe and alive. I prayed that at least she would be protected. That the witch would keep her promise. It was getting dark. Light was quickly departing from the world, from my world. Darkness everlasting, drag me down into its pits. I believed in you. Michael. Michael! Hey, say something. Talk to me. Hey, what's going on? What's going on here? No, this can't be happening. An impossibly heavy thud came from beyond the door, and with it, Michael fell silent. Then, intermittent squelching sounds as something slid down the door. No. No. This can't be. Why? Why? I pounded on the door with all my strength, but it still refused to give. The skin of my hands eventually going raw and beginning to seep blood. Why? Why should Michael have to be killed? Tell me why. Take me with you. Please, don't leave me behind. That man isn't a witch. He isn't cursed. I'm cursed, not him. So don't hang him. Don't humiliate him like that. Kill me instead. Please. Again and again I pounded on the door, but the self-described knights on the other side seemed to not even be aware of my presence. How? They seemed unable to hear my cries. Their armor clanking with each step, they began to descend the staircase. And with it, I could hear the sound of something being slowly dragged across the floor. Don't take him away. Stop. Don't take Michael away from me. I'm begging you. But my pleas were in vain. My hope was for naught. The knights took him away. Took him somewhere out of my reach. For all eternity. Don't take him away from me. She got through the door. Michael. After much, much too long, the door swung open all on its own. It happened so unceremoniously, it was hard to believe I had actually been trapped inside. I had no idea how much time had passed, but the chill in the air suggested it was deep into the night. And with the biting cold, there was the stench of blood. Why? Why? Michael, I never wanted this. You didn't understand at all, Michael. You didn't know the depth of my feelings for you. You didn't know how intensely I wanted you. How fervently I loved you. I was never going to be able to find someone else and live happily with them. It had to be you. The thought of anyone else touching me terrified me. You just didn't understand. I don't want to live in this stupid world. The time I spent with you truly was the happiest time of my life. The mystery of the witch is still lingering in the air. Because clearly it worked. That's why Michael was able to talk through the door, and she was able to talk to Michael, but she couldn't be heard while speaking and banging. The door only opened after she was completely safe. So what happened there? What was the deal that Michael made to keep her safe? I remember. I remember everything now. You died on that day. You were killed. You disappeared from this world and left me behind. That's right. I remember. I remember the pain, the agony of death, and the fear. I did indeed die that day. You refused to listen to me. Do you have any idea how it felt to feel you dying from the other side of that door? Giselle, I wanted you to take me with you. Is this what you want? Is this what you so wanted to see? My memories, the traces of my life on this earth. And there, in order to find your truth, we need more of the story. Very well then. If you want more story, I will tell you more. What comes next is both a continuation and a brand new tale. The Maid's Tale. When you've heard it all, I expect you to commend me for not forgetting how to smile. What does that mean? We haven't completely cut through the darkness yet. An Arctic wind blows past me. At the same time, I'm gripped with an overwhelming urge to break down into tears. Perhaps this is the solitude she felt for so long. I have to face this. I have a responsibility to her to do so. And I have to atone for being such a misguided fool all those many years ago, convinced that I was doing what was best. That was chapter 5. Huh? $10.99 through question mark, question mark, question mark? This is my tale and the maid's tale. I'm gonna keep going. A tale of a foolish, naive girl. Looking back on it now, I'm ashamed of everything. But I will tell you my story in its entirety without embellishments. I ask that you please not let go of my hand. The only things the knights left behind were a garment and a large pool of your blood. Blood that had seeped into the fabric and was beginning to dry. When I clenched in my hand, it made soft crackling sounds. The flowers are completely black now. The oppressive stench of death lingered in the tower. Michael, there's no point in life without you. You know that, right? Have a wonderful family. You know I can't do that. Hey, Michael, answer me. Come back to me. I don't care if it's as a ghost. I just need you here with me. Come back to me. Talk to me about nothing and about everything. Be irritated with me when I do something stupid. Scoff at me when I tell a bad joke. Trounce me at chess again. Put your arms around me. One more time. Come on. I'm begging you. If you won't come back to me, then I'll go to you. I don't care if that's not what you wanted for me. This world without you is meaningless. Dying won't guarantee you see him again. What? The text is completely what? Moonlight Sonata! No. I can't never hear those first few notes and instantly hear my body just instantly reacts. He spends all this time refusing to talk to me. When he finally does, he begs me to save his love. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Rather disappointing, to be honest. Who are you? Where are you? Oh. Quite daft, aren't you? Within these walls, I'm everywhere. And you've heard of me before. What? I have no... Heavens, you are slow. Is that pretty head of yours only for decoration? What? But no, there's no one else. You might be thicker than these walls, my dear. Although, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You never did believe anything Michael said about me. You thought he was going mad. This is brilliant. No, there's no way. It can't be. The cursed witch, Morgana. Oh, you even know my name, do you? Full proper title. It would appear my legend has survived longer than I expected. I suppose I should thank all the humans who passed it down for me. You actually exist. I most certainly do, my dear. As I recall, you don't believe in the supernatural, do you? But it's hard to deny that. Hard to deny when that very witch is talking to you right this moment. Michael was not even slightly mad, my dear. I told him he was better off without his sanity, but he refused to listen. He wasn't deranged. His surroundings were. His environment, the people around him, his whole world. Can you imagine how dreadful that must have been? To be the only sane resident in a world gone utterly mad. It's a miracle he managed to keep his head. Remember what you said just before he died, my dear. You said it was all in his head. You said he couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality. You said he had long since gone insane. Shouted at the top of your lungs. No, that's not what I meant. Oh, poor Michael. If only you had believed him about the witch. I feel bad for you too, though. You have my pity. What did you ever do to deserve this? Oh, and just to be perfectly clear, I played no part in either your or Michael's misfortune. What do you gain from any of this? The only force to blame for that is fate. You were a good, honest, joyful, lovable woman. And look at how the world treated you. May I ask you something? Was it you who sealed me in the tower? Yes, it was. That was what Michael wanted. Once, I told him I would grant his wish. So I did as he asked. Though, it looks like that ended up causing you even more pain. How tragic. So, you're planning to die. Are you hoping to reunite with him in heaven? That plan's destined to fail from the outset, my dear. God teaches that suicide is a sin, and you'll go to hell for it. Then, I will not kill you. Why not? Because I swore to Michael that I would save your life. Poor Giselle. If you have any other wish, I'll be happy to grant it. I can't bear to see you so miserable. A wish. You have but a single desire right now. To see him once more. Isn't that right, Giselle? Are you saying you can make that happen? You'll bring him back to life for me. The forces of life and death are outside of my realm. That is God's territory, or the angels. I want to know what her angle is so bad. It has been 30 hours and the actual name of the character on the game itself finally appeared. However, I can guarantee you this. His reincarnation. No. His reconstruction. His reconstruction. Yes. You can meet him again. Not in this life, but in some future life. Just imagine it. Finding your beloved again after overcoming so much tragedy. She used very specific wording, not resurrection, not reincarnation, reconstruction. "10, 20, maybe 100 long years from now, you're finally reunited. Doesn't that sound marvelous? True, unparalleled love in its truest form. What do you think? Just because she can bring his soul back doesn't make it Michael. I want to be with him. That Baroque, impenetrable, slightly immature, but gentle as a butterfly man. The man who sincerely, deeply loved me. If it's the same soul in a different body, can you still call him my Michael? Ah, my apologies. You beat me to the punchline. And you did so with such ardor you threw me off balance. You're exactly right. The idea that, if your love is strong enough, you can both be reborn and have exactly the same relationship, is utter fairy tale nonsense. You must be the same people to have the same love. Which is why I'm not promising his rebirth or reincarnation, but his reconstruction. The wording on that is so... The idea that if your love is strong enough, you can both be reborn and have exactly the same relationship is utter fairy tale nonsense. You must be the same people to have the same love, which is why I'm not promising his rebirth and reincarnation, but his reconstruction. I want to see if she explains it more, because this idea is fascinating. Your wish can become reality, Giselle. As long as you wish for it with all your heart, it can come true. I'll wish for his reconstruction as well. You have a witch asking to make this happen, my dear, and so you can be confident that it will bear fruit. And you wish for him to remain as himself. If he truly loves you, he too wishes to reunite with you. Your wish shall be granted. Will you really wish with me? I most certainly will, my poor, pitiful, dear Giselle. I shall offer up my most heartfelt prayers for you. I'll wish for it. Until the moment of my death, I'll keep wishing for us to be reunited as the same people. I can't guarantee your reconstruction, though. What? I only said I guaranteed his. Michael's is the only reconstruction I will wish for. I will not ask for yours. What? Why not? You're not looking at a benevolent, wish-granting goddess or an angel with a magic bow and arrow. You're looking at a cursed witch. Then how am I to be with him again? I can offer you but one option that will allow you to reunite with your reconstructed Michael. Tell me, what do I have to do? You must live here with me. Live with you? What do you mean? It was Michael who resurrected me, but he cannot serve as my guide. I have work to do, but I cannot do it alone. I need a guide to assist me, Because as you can see, I have no body. If this house did not exist in this world, then perhaps I might be able to give myself form. My soul's form. I don't understand anything you're saying. You don't need to understand. All I need from you is for you to show your utmost hospitality to the people I'm expecting to show up at this mansion someday. Entertain your guest. That's right, my dear. Michael isn't the only one whose reconstruction I'm wishing for. There are others. Several heinous sinners. So I want you to serve as a maid and watch over them when they arrive. And until then, keep the house in good condition. What are you scheming? Is that something you truly need to know, my dear? All you need to do is wish. Pray for the day your beloved appears before you again. For the day he wraps his arms around you once more. One word, Giselle. That's all I require. Do you want to see him again? Do you want to hear his voice again? I can promise you you'll have your happiness back. What reason is there to hesitate? There isn't one. Or are you simply going to give up? I wonder, what would happen if you say no? If you disappear from this world, how will Michael react when he comes back? Will he be sad, angry, or will he forget about you and fall into the arms of another woman? Ugh. This is such a bad deal. This is an awful deal. And she's goading her on about it. No, he can't. Then make up your mind. Will you come with me, or will you throw it all away? That laugh. If I had given it a little thought, I would have realized she was manipulating me. That she was just telling me what I wanted to hear. But I believed her. I accepted her proposition. As unbelievable as it sounded, my desire for it to be real overpowered everything. It was impossible not to grasp at the straws she was dangling in front of me. That was all I could do at the time. The witch's voice also had an inexplicable power to it. It made me believe, as outrageous as it was, that she really could bring you back, reconstruct you. Maybe because I had seen her turn a door into an immovable wall, or maybe because I had heard her disembodied voice. But I don't think those are enough to explain it. My guess is, she had me under her spell. That was the moment I became the maid. But I assure you, I was, at that point, still the same Giselle you knew and loved. That's a great, hateable introduction. That's a fun character to voice. I fucking hate her. The sound of the rain never seems to stop. Am I hallucinating it, maybe? From the moment I lent my ear to the witch's sweet temptations, The mansion underwent an unimaginable transformation. No light shone through the windows, despite them still being unobstructed, not morning, day, or evening. In fact, the concepts of morning, day, and evening did not seem to exist. The darkness resembled that of when the windows had all been sealed off, but there was something more fundamentally unreal about it. Like it was hovering over a vast, all-consuming abyss within a constant haze of malice. I felt like I had been cast into some unknown realm, and that was why there was nothing beyond the windows. And the house was not the only thing that underwent changes. I, too, was no exception. In the blink of an eye, all my basic human urges vanished. I stopped feeling hungry, and I no longer needed sleep. Naturally, I was bewildered by what was happening to me, what I was turning into. I think I'll take a look around. Maybe there have been other changes. The entire mansion is just in darkness. So I meandered through the mansion's halls. My original intent was to explore the entire house, but I found myself drawn toward one room in particular. That's right, your bedchamber. There was no light, not a trace of color remained in your chambers. But the bed was the same shape, the walls the same texture, the curtains the same design as when you had been alive. Michael, I'm praying, I'm always praying, that someday we'll meet again. Oh, there's something hidden under the bed. What could it be? It's that painting. The one from before. I never did get to ask why he got so angry about me seeing this. I'm sure it's something he didn't want to be reminded of. Perhaps having to do with his family. I was right not pressing him about it, though. What? Why'd it smile? What the... Did the painting just... smirk at me? Oh god. Oh geez, Giselle. What are you doing tripping over yourself? It was just that accursed witch messing with your head. No need to get spooked over a tasteless prank. Ah, when I stumbled, I guess I knocked a drawer open. There's something inside. Letters, it looks like. I shouldn't touch these. They're not mine. But I wanted something of Michael's to have. Something to remember him by. His letters would be in his handwriting. They would contain his words. Please forgive me, Michael. I don't mean you any ill will, but I'm going to take these. I must say, there are an impressive number of... What the... on earth? It's like someone dumped an inkwell on every page. But why? Was this the witch's doing too? Yeah, it has to be. Oh no. It must have been her. It definitely wasn't you, Michael, was it? The mirror. The rose garden. No, I think that one lived downstairs. The front door. I wonder what it's like outside. I can't get it open. What's going on? The bar isn't set, but it won't budge an inch. It's just like up in a tower. She can't leave. I know. The windows. They should open, then I can... What's going on here? What the heck is going on? It's like there's an invisible wall in front of the window. My hand won't go any further. Farther. She's completely trapped within the mansion. This is rich. What else can I do but laugh? What in the world? This is madness. Hurry up, Michael. Return to me. And get me out of here. Please. Get me out of here. I had no idea how to explain anything that happened to the mansion. But it was clear enough that I was imprisoned within its walls. I was all alone in a nebulous sphere of bleak darkness, and beyond its walls lay void. The layout of the house remained unchanged, but it felt as though I had wandered into a twisting labyrinth. I could cry, but there was no one there to soothe me. All it did was provoke her disembodied cackling, which she followed with, "You chose this, my dear, so you need to hold yourself together and keep wishing." My only real pastime was cleaning. I dusted the same corners again and again, swept the same floors, polished the same dishes. One day, I decided I would read the books left in the library. Despite there being more than 100 volumes, I finished every one of them in what felt like no time at all. My life was a never-ending cycle, because she doesn't need to sleep, she doesn't need to eat, she doesn't need to do anything else. She has nothing but time, which also means that she can't pass the time. Oh, this is hell. This is utter hell. Day in and day out, day in and day out, the house had no visitors. No one, rather, nothing at all set foot upon the property. There were no signs of other life whatsoever there. No birds singing in the morning, no cats sunbathing in the garden, no mice scurrying about the kitchen, no creepy crawly insects. There was nothing, nothing at all. The only thing that broke the long stretches of silence was her voice. Tell me, was she kind to you? Was she friendly and courteous? Because if this is what Michael was experiencing the entire time, that's why Michael couldn't sleep. That's also why Michael didn't necessarily need to actually eat. Because she was quite harsh when she spoke to me. These were the kinds of things she was always saying to me. He didn't show up today, did he, my dear? Are you still praying, my dear? Do you think he'll actually come, my dear? I'm still wishing, just like I promised, my dear. You know why he hasn't come for you, my dear? Because perhaps he doesn't actually love you as much as you thought. My dear, my dear, my dear. Have you lost your mind yet? Shut up! I've had enough. I'm done with you. I hate her so much. She is so quickly effective at making herself so dislikable. Enough. Please, enough already. Oh, what's got you so worked up? You love to talk, don't you? So why not have a nice little chat with me? This is not a chat. Maybe not in your mind, my dear. You seem to think that chatting only constitutes conversations you enjoy. But I don't think the word's usage needs to be so restricted, personally. You're just getting off on watching me squirm. Oh, not at all. You'll have all my best wishes if he ever does show up for you. Ooh, so scary. If you're making that face when he shows up, he might not even recognize you. What? You haven't looked in a mirror recently, have you? Go on then, my dear. See just how frightful you've become. No. The witch was right. I looked nightmarish. My face was pale and lifeless, my eyes hollow, my cheeks sunken, heavy bags beneath my eyes. Hey, that's a good... It's almost like she's depressed. My hair had lost its sheen and it grew wildly. I was quickly losing everything that made me recognizable as me, and the thought sent a shiver down my spine. No, this isn't me. This is some kind of trick. You're trying to deceive me. Baseless accusations. You really must stop blaming people every time something doesn't turn out the way you want, my dear. But, my face was more, what? More expressive, more cheerful, brighter, rosier? You're right. You were never this gloomy, were you? Right, I wasn't. I was always more cheerful than this. Naive girl. Could you be any more narcissistic? Huh? What you're looking at is, undeniably, exactly what you look like now. Time did not do that to you, nor did I. The negative energy oozing from within you is what's causing you to take on this form. Ugh. That's turning depression into a consequence. She looks that way because it is reflective of her internal feelings and expression. She is sad and sunken internally, so that is manifesting externally onto her body. That's... Oh, that is a fascinating way to manifest emotional labor. Did you think you didn't have any dark, ugly emotions inside you? Did you believe you would always be able to smile no matter what? Did you assume you were pure and beautiful? No one like that exists, my dear. What you see in the mirror is the true you. Your hideous, twisted heart. If you weren't always being so nasty, this would have never happened. Anyone's heart would be twisted listening to you long enough. So you're saying Michael's heart was twisted too? I spoke to him for years. No. I'm just teasing. I suppose I may have crossed the line there. I mean you no ill will, Giselle. Honest. Allow me to give you one word of advice, though. Look at yourself in the mirror often. If you continue deteriorating at this rate and end up looking like a corpse, when Michael comes to see you, he won't jump for joy, but run away, screaming in terror. Stop talking. Please, just stop. You know, Giselle, this is only the very beginning. Ads are gonna start. She is undeniably, irrefutably easy villain. Like, not even, there is no like any way of misconstruing anything that she is doing outside of just objectively torturing Giselle, and presumably also had been torturing Michael. But like, she is not giving any reason for us to have sympathy for her. Exactly. She is torturing her, and was presumably torturing Michael too, seemingly just for the love of the game. And I hate to say it, but that is my favorite type of villain. No illusion of being nice. No illusion that it's for some greater cause. I adore a villain who enjoys being a villain for the love of the game. That's why I'm really liking this voice, even though I hate this character. She is an embodiment of an evil witch in every sense of the word. Well, embody would be going a little bit too far, but I think she's trying to work on that. So that is that. So many questions. That's why I wanted to be clear. I do not like her. I do not like her as a character. But did Michael bring this piece of shit back? Good question. Very good question. And I want to figure out why too. Because we got very little info on Michael. through everything that happened, we got incredibly little information on Michael. But yeah, so if it sounds like I'm enjoying voicing the witch, it's because I am, but that does not mean that I like her. She is just, unfortunately, my favorite type of villain. He might not show up for hundreds of years. I can't live that long. Absolutely brilliant. You still think you're alive. What? The moment you agreed to come with me, you ceased to be of this world. So don't worry about time, my dear. You can wait as long as it takes. As long as it takes for him to arrive. As the witch had suggested, I started checking my appearance in a mirror every day. I wanted to ensure I didn't turn into some horrifying creature. My hair grew, so time seemed to be passing, but I didn't appear to age at all. The flow of time had become perplexingly vague and uncertain. Was it stopped, or was it moving? I couldn't tell. Hey, that is also another thing that happens when you're severely depressed. Time stops making sense. On occasion, I would practice smiling in front of the mirror. My smile was, after all, my one really distinctive feature, and I was certain you had seen me smiling more than anything. Even if my appearance had changed drastically, I thought you would still be able to recognize me by my smile. A woman standing alone in front of a mirror practicing how to smile. I'm sure that was quite the comical sight. And that was about how my days went, for an incomprehensibly long time. Nightmarish. For the first 100 years, I kept track of how much time had passed. An hour, a day, a month, a year, 10 years, 50. But once it had surpassed a person's average lifespan, the count had started to drive me mad, and so I stopped. My sense of time began to numb. In place of sleep, I spent my days in a trance-like state. Doing so, I was less aware of the passage of time, which made it a little bit easier to bear. Suspended in this bubble of time, my mind went out to you. So, completely detaching herself. Oh my god. Intervals of 10. The next thing I lost was a sense of myself. I lived as a human for 21 years. After spending nearly 10 times that trapped in a mansion, I began to feel like that was all I had ever been. That maybe my past was all a construction of my imagination. That, as an otherworldly being, I merely fantasized about being human. Had I actually had a family? Had there actually been other people in the world? Did cities and villages really exist? Was there ever really a time where light shone through the windows, when we were happy? But I knew if I started doubting everything, I wouldn't be able to maintain myself. So I settled on believing one thing, that you, Michael, were real. That you had been there with me. That I had loved you. And that it was you I was waiting for. I tried to always remember that one fact. 1400. My characteristic energy and cheer were disappearing. By then, I hardly ever raised my voice anymore. In response to that change, the witch seemed to treat me a little nicer. On occasion, I thought I could sense her presence nearby, like like she might reveal her form to me from beyond the darkness, instead of only speaking to me. I could feel her sitting beside me. Giselle, do you think you're still Giselle, even now? I suppose it doesn't matter either way. Sometimes I think love and fanaticism are two sides of the same coin. What are you implying? Oh, nothing. I have an idea, though. Why don't we make you some new clothes, my dear? The loom should still work, thanks to your keeping everything in order. That outfit's an artifact of an age long past by now. You know how long it's been? Vaguely, but yes. As we speak, time still marches onward. Not too quickly and not too slowly, but at the same pace, as your breathing. Now, on your feet, Giselle. We have plenty of time, so let's make you the perfect maid's outfit. And if we don't have enough materials, we can make more thread from the sheets or curtains. How exciting! Following her instructions, I wove garments in a style that did not exist in my era. They were quite strange to behold. The old me might have stricken them with fascination by then. Might have been stricken with fascination by them. But at that point, I wasn't even sure how to rejoice, how to be impressed, or how to be moved anymore. $1,500. Sounds like rain again. What year is it? Oh, it doesn't matter what year it is. It doesn't matter where it is. As long as you're there, it can be any time, anywhere. Where are you, Michael? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still waiting for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not really misremembering, am I? Michael, come back to me soon. I love you so, so very much. But my memories of you are starting to fade. What did your voice sound like? What kinds of faces did you make? Where did you like to put your hands on me? I don't want to forget. I want to always remember. My memories of you are the only thing holding me together. But they're slipping away from me. How did you speak? What kinds of things did you talk about? I'm losing all these memories. Please, Michael, come back to me before I forget everything. My beloved master. The thought crossed my mind that maybe Morgana's guarantee that you would be reconstructed was just a lie to trick me into staying here. But I quickly discarded it. Because if she had been lying, it would strip all meaning from my very existence. it would take from me my purpose for being here, so I didn't want to accept that possibility. I had no choice but to preserve in my belief that you would return. Persevere. I had always thought that I would be all right, that my faith would never waver. I still believed in myself. But you can be the happiest, most optimistic, resolute person in the world, and you will still break eventually. And I was at the point where even the slightest tap would shatter me into fragments. (1591). Several hundred years after I was enslaved within the mansion, something changed for the very first time. Sunlight, which I had not seen in all that time, shone in from outside. At first, I did not believe it was real. I thought it was a hallucination, born of my inner desires. And I thought I must have completely lost it for my fantasies to have escaped my mind. But it didn't matter if it was an illusion. The gentle breeze blowing in through the wind felt wonderful. The smell of grass, the chirping of birds, the glistening blue sky. It was like 100 memories rushing back all at once, and it brought tears to my eyes. The time has come, Giselle. It's time for you to get to work. And as she always did, the witch's voice crushed my elation, dragging me back to reality. Revealing in the sight of the outside was the last thing I should have been doing. Reveling in the sight of the outside was the last thing I should have been doing. For it was that moment that began my true decline. Work. What kind of work? Have you already forgotten? Oh, good heavens. Do you have your head on straight, my dear? As I said, I need you to watch over the house and show your utmost hospitality to those who show up. This is merely an appetizer. It looks like someone's here. Hold on. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Do the same thing you've been doing. Be a maid. Convince the house's guests that this is a wonderful place. Make them enjoy their stay. Now, go on. I'm quite looking forward to this. The bar has been removed, but will the door open? For so long, the door had refused to budge. For so long, light had forsaken these halls. For so long, there had been no trace of light. And now, all of that had been turned on its head. I felt like I had stepped into heaven on earth. I know it sounds melodramatic, so please, don't laugh. It was almost certainly a perfectly ordinary slice of nature. Leaves and grass rustled in the wind, flowers specked the earth, and in the distance was a city I didn't recognize. I wondered where I was, of course, but I neither shouted nor jumped in surprise. Instead, I found myself accepting my circumstances, as unnatural as they might have been. As I was standing there idly before the entrance, a carriage rolled up. Egad, could this road be any bloody worse? It's in dire need of paving on top of everything else. And who might you be, young lady? That outfit. He's speaking a different language. The middle-aged man approached me. From his attire and the way he held himself, he appeared to be upper class. However, the words coming out of his mouth were not in the language I had grown up speaking. Could the mansion have moved somewhere far, far away. Naturally, I had no idea how such a thing was possible. And the longer I stood there staring at him absent-mindedly, the more incredulous he became. My immediate mission was to overcome the language barrier. Fortunately, I suppose I was able to understand bits and pieces of what he said. As merchants in the capital, my family did business with people from other countries, and as a result, I learned a handful of words. The problem was, that had been so long, I had no confidence whatsoever in my ability to hold a conversation. I am... I am a servant. Servant? Can't say I remember asking for a lady servant, but hey, I suppose these things do happen. Doesn't matter much who they sent. Who are you? You weren't informed. Bloody hell. Off to a great start, I see. Well, what can you do, I guess? Name's Hayden Rhodes. Just a retired old man. Huh? Ah. As I am sure you have already guessed, this man was the Rhodes siblings' grandfather. The flaxen-haired family. He was also the first person I served under as the maid. For a member of an esteemed noble family, Hayden was a bit on the eccentric side. It feels crazy that this is how Chapter 1 comes back around. And the music from there too. He only hired a handful of servants, claiming he was not fond of clamor. There was a single chef, a physician, a servant to take care of all the cleaning, and then me, who served as his personal assistant. Whenever he got the chance, Hayden would chase me down to make me to practice proper etiquette. According to him, I had much to learn. You are, at least technically, a servant of the Rhodes family, young lady, so I can't have you going around playing the country bumpkin act. And then that's how she is how she's now. Yeah, because I didn't notice before. It's a braid. She has so much hair. Yes, sir. We'll have to do something about that accent too while we're at it. I have an accent thicker than bloody molasses. Now, I have no interest in sticking my nose in your business, asking where you hail from. But while you're here, you must act the part, young lady. Lucky for you, I'm retired and have all the time in the world. I'll teach you everything you need to know about proper etiquette. Alright. Speak up, will ya? Yes, sir. Hayden did not go easy on me either. In addition to my day-to-day duties, I studied etiquette, the language, proper pronunciation, and formal diction. Anytime I made the slightest mistake, he would shout his dissatisfaction. If she's here when the grandfather is here, okay. Okay. I'm deathly curious. I'm deathly curious when something's gonna happen. Listen carefully. The servant is the face of the house. A servant's gaff is her master's gaff. Always keep in mind, you're not just a maid. You must always act with elegance and grace. You must always maintain your composure, even if the house is falling down around you. Whatever happens, you deal with it quickly and quietly. Also, more importantly, the masters never seem to know how long she'd been around. Yeah, they kept saying, hey, she just came with the house. Like the furniture. Um, I am... I'm so deathly curious. Your language must be immaculate. No ums, ahs, or pauses. For any reason. Yes, sir. No stammering either. Sorry. Bloody hell, you are not going to make this easy, are you? Whose idea was it that a country bumpkin would make a good servant? I'd like to give him a piece of my mind. Oh, she's a cute little pal. I'm not from the country. Not even slightly. I was raised in a capital. Is that so, eh? A prim and proper city girl, are you? In that case, you should be a quick study. Absolutely. I can learn anything in a week, tops. Piece of cake. Is that so? Alright then. Starting tomorrow, I'm tripling your lessons. Didn't think this through. She's still... There is still her in there. In addition to being my master, Hayden was my teacher. When he yelled, he grew twice his size, and I shrunk to half mine. But it wasn't all an unpleasant experience, because I knew he wasn't raising his voice to belittle me. Instructions may have been harsh, but it was human interaction. There were people around that I could talk to, and that was wonderful. I was starting to regain some of my humanity. Unlike me, you've still got long life ahead of you, young lady. Yeah, to say the least. I don't know what kind of life you lived, but I can't imagine it's been all that easy. Not many servant girls your age without a home to go back to. Which is why you need to learn this. Once you've got all the rules and customs down, you'll be able to hold your own at any noble's estate. You shouldn't have any trouble keeping yourself employed. I'm sure you think I'm just a loud, obnoxious old man, but I believe we met for a reason. So I hope you'll stick with me. I'm also very curious. Who are the sinners that Morgana is looking for? And more specifically, why is she looking for sinners? I don't think about you like that at all, Master. You're a remarkable man. One more time. I deeply appreciate your generous consideration, Master, from the bottom of my heart. Aye. I didn't know much about Hayden's situation, but he had retired to this mansion all alone, away from the rest of his family. But anytime I asked him about them, he would say, "It happens sometimes," with a melancholic frown. Before long, 2 years had passed. By that point, my etiquette had improved enough to satisfy his high standards. In that time, the mansion underwent a number of decor changes, as Hayden brought in sculptors to work on different areas of the house. He also sealed off rooms that were not in use, such as the observation tower and the chapel. It was a sad thing, seeing areas with so many memories for me falling into disuse. But as a mere servant, I had no say in the matter. In addition, Hayden seemed to greatly enjoy renovating the house, so I watched him warmly. The furniture was all gradually replaced, a gorgeous painting hung on the walls, colorfully painted curtains installed. In the rose garden. And a brilliant rose garden planted. These roses come from all across the world. Nowhere else can you see so many different varieties in one place. It's beautiful. Did you know that, in the city, people are starting to call the mansion Rose Manor? Rose Manor. And to think there used to be nothing but weeds here. Amazing how much it has changed. I never thought I would see this garden turned into something so beautiful. Are you fond of roses, young lady? Yes, red ones especially. Red roses mean a great deal to me. They remind me of a time long past. Given one as a gift, were you? No, I believe I was the one who gave the rose. So red roses are a symbol of my feelings. They're very precious to me. I gave you a rose as a gift. You plucked it from its stem and placed it in my hair. Am I remembering correctly? My memories are all so vague now. I can't even remember the look on your face that day. There are some kids I'd like to give roses to myself. Who? My grandchildren. Oh my, you have grandchildren. Aye, though we haven't been in touch for some time. Last I saw them was 4 years ago. When my second grandchild was born. Ah. Nice slip there. Yeah, you the knower. Um, hmm. 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 So, okay, so this is the big thing that's looming over this. This is the huge thing that's looming over this new timeline. Or the Maid's Tale, I'll say. We know a version of the story that happened in this time frame. We do not know what actually happened because presumably the white-haired girl does not exist. But in that case, who is the reincarnated version of Michael and what happens? Wonder if he was preparing this to save for them the whole time. Maybe? In which case, again, who in that story is the sinner? The sweetest girl in the world with lovely flaxen hair. I bet. She's going to be a real beauty when she grows up. Anyway, they're wonderful kids. And one day, I want to hand this garden over to them. Each and every rose containing my hope that they'll lead comfortable, healthy lives free of strife. I'm sure your wish will come to pass. Your grandchildren will have wonderful lives. Aye. The grief of not having you around still weighed heavily on my mind, but I was slowly approaching contentedness. Life with Hayden was slow and uneventful, peaceful and relaxing. I imagined my heart was seeking anything to alleviate its pain, and it found that in the beautiful remodeled mansion, the garden blooming wildly with roses, and my time with Hayden. I was even beginning to think this life was enough for me. That I would be okay with this being the end, if it meant more of the tranquility I felt. I was, like a coward, considering giving up the fight. Please, do forgive me ever considering such a thing. Hayden seemed to be in high spirits that day. A gift had apparently arrived from his son, who lived far away. In it was a tea set, some leaves, and a small jar of sugar. Miss, how can I be of service, master? Brew me up a pot of this, would you? Be careful not to steep it for too long. You want to get it just right for the best flavor. As you wish, master. You seem quite pleased. Why would I be? A boy who shunned his old man for years sends him a partly gift on a whim. I'm just entertaining his fancy. Your tea is ready, master. What a wonderful smell. Tea and roses are life's best damned spices. Now, let's see what the boy chose for me. If it's no good, I'll be sure to write him an angry letter. He looks so happy. He must really love his family. It's a little bitter. Shall I brew another pot? No, that's not your fault. Must be something in the leaves. I feel like I'm forgetting something from the first story. Because the mother lived here. The mother and the kids lived here, and the dad would visit sometimes. And the daughter was born 4 years ago. What caused Hayden to move? Or to not be here? I also, for some reason, remember distinctly something about tea related to this as well. Would you like to add some sugar then? Here's a small jar of it with the tea set. Now that's some bloody fine sugar he's procured. White as snow and sparkles in the light. He chose it just for you, master. Bloody hell, what demon possessed him? Alright, give me 2 spoons then. Yes, master. Here you are. Oh, splendid. This is some exquisite tea. The sugar balances the bitterness of the leaves perfectly. I guess that boy does have some... Master. Oh. Hey, so... Supposedly. Wouldn't know due to personal experience. Apparently poison has a bitter taste to it. Master. Master. The doctor. I need to find a doctor. Water. Water. I'll get you some water right away. So please hang in there. Thanks to the quick treatment provided by his personal physician, Hayden survived. But he didn't make it out with much more than his life. He was permanently bedridden by the affair. Evidently, the sugar I had put in his tea had contained poison, which had done irreparable damage to his nerves and muscles. Most of his body was completely immobile, except for his left arm. Can I bring you something? Some water? I've had more than my fill of water. You don't need to wait on me hand and foot. That face says you need to distract yourself by working. I remember what I told you. A noble family servant must always act with elegance and grace. You must always maintain your composure. But how can you expect me to remain composed? If I had only examined the sugar more thoroughly. You never would have noticed, young lady. I examined the sugar and I didn't see a bloody thing wrong with it. He was damn crafty, that's for sure. Why would he do this? His inheritance, I presume. Something must have come up, and he needed money quickly. That's no reason to poison your own father. Blood is nothing but an obstacle to ambition. Or maybe he just hated me. How could anyone possibly hate you? Perhaps that could be that could be said of me, you know. But when you live as long as I have, you're bound to make an enemy or two. Mine just happened to be my son. Patricide! I was planning to give him everything anyway. He didn't have to do this. It all would have been his. Master, killing me doesn't accomplish anything. But I guess it doesn't matter. Say, could I ask you something, young lady? What can I do for you? I don't want it to get out that Hayden Rhodes was poisoned. So could you tell people that I passed away peacefully with a beautiful nurse tending to my every need? You're not dead yet. Please, don't talk like that. You're scaring me. No stammering. But I'm not saying it'll happen immediately. But I am an old man, and one day you'll wake up and I'll be gone. This is about my own pride, not my son. The last thing I want is to go out with the black spot on my name. Tell me you'll do this, Giselle. He's never said my name before. As you wish. Thank you. You're a peculiar girl, you know. Sometimes you seem greener than the leaves in summer, and sometimes you seem 12 kinds of hell. I wonder why. And every so often, you seem not of this world. Your skin is pale, your hands as cold as ice. At one point, I thought you might be Death himself. But I was wrong about that. You have too big a heart to be Death. You care too much. You must be carrying a very heavy cross on your back. What am I supposed to do? I don't want to lose you, Lord Hayden. I don't want to lose this life. You have someone, don't you, young lady? Someone you're dying to meet again. Yes, but I don't know anymore. I don't know how long I'm supposed to keep waiting. If something doesn't happen soon, I don't think I can hold myself together much longer. I was so close to breaking down, and it was you who kept me on my feet. I'm sure you've tried to remain strong plenty of times, so I'll give you some different advice. A trick for when you think you're losing hold of yourself. Build a cocoon. A cocoon. A sturdy shell to keep your weak inner self safe. This world has no interest in protecting you, only swallowing you whole. So you mustn't readily expose your true self. You build a cocoon and play the role you need to play. That way, the real you will remain unharmed. It's not pleasant to hide yourself like that, but it's better than letting the world crush you. But a word of warning: if you spend too long in the cocoon, the real you is liable to disappear forever. You'll be swallowed up by your own protective shell. That is also how personas work. The actual Jungian persona, where you put on a mask to protect yourself, to protect your inner self. But then if you have the mask on for too long, you eventually lose track of the difference between your inner self and the mask itself. I hope you find whoever it is before it's too late. Now, I think I'll get some sleep. All this talking worn me out. As you wish. Good night, Master. See you in the morning. Aye. See you in the morning, young lady. The next day, Hayden was dead. Jesus. He had strangled himself with his left hand. I should have been more attentive. I will not go into the specifics of why I know this. But supposedly, the reason why you cannot strangle yourself, as it is said in here, is because when you get to the point where where you kind of like lose consciousness or you wouldn't be able to do anything, your muscles lose strength, so then you kind of let go. But if he is poisoned, by the time he kind of gets to that point, his body would probably be weak enough to the point where not necessarily he'd be able to fully strangle himself, but he'd put himself in such a weak position where he would die, presumably. It's less the strangulation itself that did it, and more so that in conjunction with the poison. I should have recognized how much pain he was in, how much it crushed him to have been betrayed by his own family. I should have realized how he truly felt, how fragile he really was. I computer geek, and yes, because that's how the master of this house dies. I fell into a hopeless gloom. I could barely believe that the quiet life I had finally attained had been shattered in the blink of an eye. Hayden's other servants quickly went their own ways, and I vividly remember the dirty looks they all gave me. Everyone who knew how he died assumed I had done it. I had no reason to kill him, though, but they had more than enough to believe so, for I had, indeed, been the last person to see him alive, and I held firmly to the story he asked me to tell. While I was unable to convince the other servants, his family was far more accepting of the story, that he had departed for the next world happily. Though that he did not make Though that did not make the truth any less heartbreaking, especially since I was the only one who knew it. Why does this always have to happen? I was happy, but I could never seem to keep hold of it for more than a flash. I did not pass. Despair always comes marching in to rip it away. What am I doing here? What kind of person were you, Michael? What kind of person was I? Oh, my dear, you look positively miserable. Why should you despair at the death of some old geezer? Morgana. I am not the master of this house. The master is relative based on who is currently residing or owning it. Or technically, to be more accurate, it's Morgana. Was Hayden one of those whom you wish to be reconstructed? I have no interest in that wrinkling bag of bones. And if he was one of them, do you think I would have let him go so peacefully? Peaceful? You call that peaceful? You call his misery peaceful? I most certainly do. And since you don't seem to understand this, the pain of death lasts but an instant. Oh. The worst torture can only be inflicted upon the living. Oh. Setting two loved ones against one another, manipulating one into taking the other's life, and then forcing him to live with that. You may have met the sinners. They are the people who are going to suffer while living up the rest of their lives. Death is too comforting a resolution for these people. For these sinners. The stage hasn't been set yet, my dear. Hasn't even been set yet, my dear. And you would have me play a part in that. Indeed. You agreed to accompany me. You are here to be my guide. And you're doing a wonderful job of it so far. I haven't done anything. Oh, but you killed that old man, did you not? Thanks to you, my wish is one step closer to fruition. What do you mean I killed Hayden? You mean to claim, you mean to claim you didn't? Tell me, who was it? Ooh. I see what she's doing, I hate it. That put the poisoned sugar in his tea. No, I didn't mean to. Your intentions are irrelevant. Everything moves along the path forged by my wish. And you shall continue to follow its will. You know what? I'm done feeling like this. I don't want anyone else to go through what Hayden did. And what are you going to do about it? I am done listening to you. Without me, you have no influence over this world. Oh? So I'll die. I'll take my own life right here and now. I grabbed a nearby knife and held the tip against my breast. My hands were shaking, my heart pounding, my whole body was racked with terror, but I could have sworn I heard Morgana gasp. This was her one weakness, I thought. What are you thinking? Don't do this, Giselle. Don't be foolish. Put the knife down right now. I'm done trusting anything you say. Giselle, put the knife down. I've missed you very much, Michael. I've wanted nothing more than to see you again. But if my being Morgana's guide is going to cause other people suffering, then I can't. It's all over, Morgana. Huh? There's no blood. Not even pain. Why? Absolutely brilliant. I told you not to be foolish. But you just wouldn't listen to me. Such a silly girl. Oh, I really am. I couldn't even die if I wanted to. Learning that absolutely crushed me. My backup plan, the one escape route that I had thought available to me, had been ripped away. She thought she could die for over 400 years. My spirit crumbled, and I felt myself sinking into a vast darkness. I began losing my grip on myself, which is when I recalled Hayden's advice. Build a cocoon. It was the only option I had left, my final chance at protecting myself. Although ultimately, I was unsuccessful in that endeavor, as you know. But by that point, my mind and spirit had all but been lost, eroded away by the years of solitude, the witch's whispers, the brief glimmer of happiness, and the eternal, boundless darkness it had left me in. It was in that moment that all light drained from my eyes, and it was in that moment that the maid was born. So the maid is her mask. Fuck. The nightmare begins again. Effective immortality, she cannot do whatever she wants. She is stuck in the mansion and is restricted purely by what the witch wants her to do when it comes to punishing a specific sinner. She's in her own type of hell, which is different from this type of hell. If I found out I didn't feel anything when stabbed and didn't die, I'd be thrilled. Yeah, well, she's been alive for 400 years, has not been able to, can't sleep, doesn't need to eat, and if she even feels slightly bad, it will reflect physically to the point where if she's basically depressed, she is nothing but withering bones and sunken cheeks and bags under her eyes. Your physical needs do not matter. You are living a life of eternal emotional labor, stuck in a house that is completely empty, no lights. You are being tortured by a horrific voice every day, feeding on your insecurities and self-doubt, and you can't do anything until other people come by in real time. She was stuck in that house for almost 500 years, with no interaction of other people. She is in hell, and here is my hell back again. Oh, dearest Mel, come over here. There are so many beautiful flowers. Now, Nellie, there's no need to run. You're going to fall, and you can't say I didn't warn you. Hello. I've never seen you before. Are you the new maid? Good afternoon, Lady Nellie. That's why she looks so much more empty. The light in her eye is like way more empty. No, I'm not saving her from it. No, this is her eyes are like completely faded. That's why they look blue now. It's awful. She is tortured. I cannot save her. I cannot save her. This is nothing but just like, no, I'm watching her tragedy unfold. Prelude the first visitor. Okay, ad started. I need to BRB. This is... This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. Because even... Oh my god. I never could have fathomed how deep this would go. Yeah. Yeah. We are back at the first layer of hell. There is specifically one question I need an answer to before I end stream today. I need to know who is the replacement for, or if the white-haired girl is even real. Because that's the biggest thing kind of like hanging over this right now. Because presumably, if stuff with Nellie goes the same way, someone's losing their hair. But I need to know. I need to know. That's also why her name is specifically the maid now and not Giselle. Yay, 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 suffering. The maid is the mask that she is wearing, and she has completely lost herself between her original self and her title now. Yay. It's my favorite genre of video game. Girlies suffering through hell. Not only that, who is the reconstructed Michael? So I need to know who the white-haired girl is in this story, and who is the reconstructed Michael. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Lady Nellie. That is correct. It is an honor to serve you. Oh, did you do all this? I'm now especially curious about any chapter where the maid was extremely quiet. That would be the Beast and also the one with Jacopo. Because those ones really have my interest now. Oh, did you do all this? I did not. The garden was your grandfather, Lord Hayden's work. Wow, so is grandfather a wizard? Perhaps he was. I'm sure he would be delighted to know you like it. Did grandfather like flowers? Yes, he loved them quite dearly. Wow, I love flowers too. I never seen a garden with so many pretty flowers. Did you know this kind of flower is called a rose? Just like our name. Well, yes, they do sound alike. And like flowers, you're also a very sweet little girl. Say, what's your favorite color of rose? I like all colors. She is. Hey, so hey, I feel like this is gonna just like be a reoccurring thing now every time that like I'm streaming this. Hey, this is another thing about trauma. She is partially kind of just cutting herself off. Um, because she's just used to, oh, okay, I can't be happy. I am not allowed to be happy. So just don't. Just detachment. And detachment is very funny because it both works for a current situation and it also works retroactively. So even things that you were attached to, as a current coping mechanism, you retroactively become detached from those things that you cared about. But you don't like any of them most. That's too bad. My favorite is pink. Pink roses are so pretty. Indeed they are. Oh, jeez. There you are, Nellie. Oh, my apologies. Please, don't mind my sister. Oh, not at all. We were having the most wonderful time. That's good. I imagine we'll be seeing each other around, so it's a pleasure to you. Dearest Mel, dearest Mel, let's see what's inside. Let's see what the inside's like. Mother says I have my very own room. Slow down, Nellie. I beg your pardon. The inseparable siblings ran off toward the mansion, hand in hand. It was a heartwarming sight. But the next moment when they stepped inside, I saw something else. The darkness enveloping the mansion seemed to flare up, the open door gaping maw into its hungry bowels. The whole house looked as though it was cackling. It was, I presume, the witch Morgana's madness taken form, a manifestation of how she felt now that her centuries in the making wish was bearing fruit. Those two children were the ones Morgana had been waiting for. Oh, had I still Had I still had any willpower to fight left in me, I would have taken them by the hands and sent them somewhere far away. I would have done something before the house swallowed them up. But instead, I just gently lowered my eyes. Misfortune would surely sink its teeth into those two children before long. Pain and misery would befall them. I knew no good lay ahead of them, but my heart had all but frozen solid. I had my hands full taking care of myself. That is also a real thing about depression and trauma, where it gets really hard to. This also comes back to emotional labor. Like, when so much of your internal personal resources are allocated to keeping yourself together, it gets infinitely harder to expend those resources caring for somebody else. Not like in an apathetic type of way, but like, oh, that person probably shouldn't do that because it's going to hurt them. They probably need somebody to show like a little bit more care or like guidance. But like, I'm emotionally exhausted keeping myself from collapsing all day. So that can't be me. So I let Hayden's beloved grandchildren fall into the witch's hands. I wish, for all intents and purposes, I was, for all intents and purposes, Morgana's marionette. Ah, at long last, it has arrived. The time I have been waiting so long for has arrived. Darling, devoted Giselle, I know not how to describe for you the fiery excitement burning within me. Oh, I know. I can tell you my story. Tell you exactly what that mild-mannered little boy once did. What? You'll be opening and listening now, won't you, my dear? And you'll surely understand that I'm doing nothing wrong. Because you're my ally, my trusty servant. You and I, we live in the same world. We're as close as family. Are we not? Yes, as you say. So, let us curse them, all of them. Let us inflict a pain worse than physical torture on them. Let us put their souls on the rack for all eternity. Curse them, make them suffer, curse them. Now listen carefully, Giselle. This is a tale of a wicked man, and my curse upon them. The witch spat her curses for some time, the bile overflowing from her words, the pure, unadulterated hatred brimming within, consumed me more than the horrifying things they described. She was brutally honest, each word a carefully sharpened blade of animosity. How much bitterness did you have to carry inside you to become like her? How long did you have to feel nothing but hatred to become like her? I felt like if I let my guard down, I would be consumed by her enmity. It would become mine, and I would grow to despise them myself. Ooh, a level of hatred that infectious. All the while, I kept my mind on one single thing. That is, what was left of my mind, locked away inside a shell of my own creation. It was that solitary truth that allowed me to hold on to my human emotions, to continue believing, I'm always waiting. My love will never fade. When I was still my old self, I called them master and would do anything for them. Michael. That was their name. They were beautiful. They had pearly white hair and ruddy eyes. They are going to come for me. Oh. Michael, all I can remember about you is your name, your glossy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. And that's why, when I saw her that night, dripping from the storm raging outside, I thought, you're finally here. Because I didn't remember enough to know any better. You already know who I speak of, don't you? The person who called upon Rose Manor that fated stormy night. The girl with almost translucently pale skin, chillingly white hair and eyes like jewels. What a beautiful girl. Her hair, her eyes, her porcelain skin. It all matches the person in my memories. She must be the one I've been waiting for. If she is. Is something the matter? No. I just thought I felt someone watching us. It's only your imagination, I'm sure. What is your name? It's not your imagination. Then perhaps some unforeseen force was watching you. Unseen force. Are you familiar with how people refer to this mansion? Rose Manor. Yes, indeed. It's called Rose Manor because you can smell the sweet fragrance of the rose garden even at a great distance. But that is not what I meant. That's why it is said that a witch resides within the house. A witch? I have not heard any such stories. You probably wouldn't have. It was a very, very long time ago. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. You have a peculiar presence about you. Should I consider that a compliment? Peculiar sense, she says. Does she sense something in me as I do her? This has to be her then. Her name. I need to ask her name. It's getting late. You should get some rest. A room has already been set aside for you. But first, may I ask you one thing? Yes. I do not believe you have given me your name yet. My name. My name is... Michelle. This... This is so much. This is like a grand tragedy. Every single bad thing that happens to her through this chapter, through the next, through the beast, through Jacopo, every single bad thing that happens to her, Giselle is there watching helplessly. As Michelle is used as fodder, just to pain each of the sinners. Because you can't... How do you torture somebody who doesn't need to eat, to sleep, who doesn't die? You crush what's little left of their spirit. While having that person slowly fade away from your own memory. I knew it. You are the one. What? You're the one I've been waiting for. I have endured so much in anticipation of this moment, so that I could reunite with you. Um, you came to this place to see me again, did you not? Held tight to this to those wonderful memories until you came back to me. I never gave up hope. I always believed, and I hope you'll praise me for that. And I ask you to please say my name. To please make me. I don't know anything about you. That makes her vacant expression like this so much more soul-crushing. That's not like, that's just her checking out again. That's dissociation. I'm sorry. You seem to be confusing me for someone. We have never met before now. You jest. You are Michael, are you not? That is my name, yes. But it's a fairly common name. Surely you're confusing me with... That cannot be. That white hair, white skin, those red eyes. And that name. The name of the Archangel. Everything about you is the same. How can you say you're not my Michael? Please, Michael, remember for me. Stay away from me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. She's waited... She's waited over 500 years for Michael to come back and attempted as much as she can to remain the same or as close to the same as possible so that he can recognize her. But she can't. She can't recognize her. She is so close to the one that she was staying alive for the most. And right now, he's further away than even before. Than ever before. You would reject me. I'm so sorry. I honestly don't know you. Do you care nothing anymore for the time we spent together? We have not spent any time together. You would deny everything. I'm sorry. I see. I see. So you feel nothing for me anymore. You do not need to say anything. I understand. You are feeling a great deal of disgust toward me. No, I... or perhaps it is fear. Yes, you are always so kind. You will not easily allow yourself to succumb to hatred. I understand. Please, forget everything I have said. Who are you? I... I am... I am but a simple maid. Nothing more. Laughable, isn't it? I no longer recognize Michael as anything more than a concept. Man or woman, elderly or infant, as long as they had white hair, red eyes, and the right name, they were you. I needed anything I could get. I was so desperate that the thought never crossed my mind that she was not you. What do you think, seeing me like this? That I'm helpless and hopeless? Listen to this, Morgana. Michael is back. She's finally come for me. But she does not remember anything, it seems. Not me, not our past, nothing. She saw me and was afraid, in fact. Are you listening, Morgana? Ah, darling devoted Giselle. You poor, pitiful soul. That must have been quite harrowing. But don't worry, you still have me. Besides, this might not be your only chance. As long as you continue on, Michael could appear before you again. Do you think she will remember me next time? I can't say. That's up to Michael. You do have another option, though. Forget Michael yourself and seek out a new master. Someone who can be yours. Someone dedicated and faithful, who needs you. Someone worthy of this mansion. Someone who needs me. That's right. Michael didn't need you after all. It's alright. Don't worry. You have plenty of time. She's just watching her fall in love with the boy and being tortured by the sister. This is hurting my heart. Preparing for the ball. For the theater. Rain. It's raining again today. I kind of wonder what happened to him after he fled from the mansion. Although, I suppose it doesn't matter much to me. The witch is surely watching him. Such a dreadful storm. It sounds like someone crying. It was, at that point, completely out of my mind. I was completely out of my own mind. Broken. My smiles, frowns, and gasps had all been replaced with imitations. Shortly afterward, the flaxen-haired boy moved out of the house and went on to become a priest. The girl fell ill a few years later, her disease eventually taking her life, and the boy never once returned home. The Rhodes family crumbled. I couldn't bring myself to grieve for them, or to reflect on Hayden's sorrowful death. I simply waited for time to begin moving once more. "1707. I need to save. Descent, the second visitor. I okay. I I'm that is so tragic. That like hurt my chest. Mm. Uh, I was expecting a tragedy. I didn't know how pervasive it would be. Like, uh, uh, it's fine. It's fine. That's hurting my chest a little. That's hurting my chest a lot, actually. Um, hmm. Mm, I, I don't, I don't know what to say because I feel like this stream was the most where like I like stopped and like explained as scenes were going on. Um, I also feel like I kind of explained a lot in this I feel like I also explained a lot during this time. Um mm, I need an emotional break. Um I I don't know what to say. This is like this is such a cruel tragedy. Like it hurts. It I really I really, really, really like romance stories. So seeing seeing one that is basically focused on torturing the lover, seeing a tragedy that's just entirely focused on torturing the lovers, like, is incredibly painful to me. And mind you, I say this as somebody that really likes Romeo and Juliet. Um, Time dilated romance spanning centuries is my absolute favorite. Yeah, yeah, this is like, hey, hey, but what if this was torture? What if, what if, what if they were both tortured at the exact same time, but in different ways, just to get at other people? Like, it's, it's a level, not senseless cruelty, like overt maliciousness. Like, it drives me crazy. Uh, um, I, God, it's the opposite of senseless. It's very deliberate and it's very meticulous. It is, it is, it is scientifically driven maliciousness. Um, Here, I'm gonna raid into Aya Lovelace because, like, meticulously calculated and comprehensive. Yeah, it's evil. It's evil. Shower after this. I need, I need to, like, relax with something that's not gonna make me think about pain. Cause, like, that's a lot. That is a devious hook. That is a devious hook. Um, that's gonna hurt for a bit. Um, yeah. Uh, Thank you for spending time with me. Have a good night. It's gonna be a rough time sleeping after that. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna raid into High Lovelace, who is playing Voices of the Void, which would be a very good calm down game. Um, Tomorrow is still subject to change, but currently the plan is the Batman Cold Heart DLC. That'll be very nice to just like relax for a little bit. So yeah, have a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll see you before next time. Haha. God.